for women to make sure they have a very good financial inclusion in terms of how they manage their businesses today and how they get their finances, how they get facilities from the banks.
In this business training, they're given opportunity to learn about business planning, marketing, financial, and other things that concern their businesses. We give them an opportunity to learn from best practices.
The AFAWA Guarantee is a key instrument for the CRDB Bank in financing women entrepreneurs, reducing risks and promoting loans through the CRDB's women's product Malkia.
Malkia account, it helps them a lot for loans, having accounts, savings, and dealing with different sectors in health and education. It is true that investing in women can transform the society because most of women, they are basically basing on education, health, and taking care of the families. So empowering women, meaning you are taking care and you're developing the country.
Kwa hiyo hii project ina umuhimu mkubwa sana kwa wanawake, kuongeza mtaji na kukuza vipato. Na baada ya kupata ule mkopo pale CRDB, mfanya biashara yangu iwe kubwa zaidi. Yani iongezeke na wateja pia waongezeke. Kwa maisha yalivyokuwa mwanzo hayakuwa mazuri, lakini kwa sasa naweza kusapoti familia, hata ushirikiano wa kulipa ada za shule, kwa sababu tulikuwa tunataka wapate elimu nzuri.
CRDB benki ipo, Malkia account ndio inayowainua wanawake wengi. Kwa hiyo na washauri wafungue Malkia account. Najisikia vizuri kwa kile ambacho nimeshakipata mpaka sasa. Lakini matarajio ni kupata kikubwa zaidi.
I also want to thank the Angola Banking Association for reuniting the financial institutions who are playing a very crucial role.
A participação crescente da mulher em várias esferas, designadamente no mercado de trabalho, reforçou a motivação e as bases da luta pela igualdade do género.
In my panel, it was quite clear that there is a really different big gap between men and women when it comes to financing and when it comes to access even to banking.
Consegui perceber que existem, a nível da África, várias associações de fundos que podem ajudar e financiar as instituições financeiras, quer a nível da banca e não só.
40% of the people who are working in banking sectors are women.
We believe if we empower the women SMEs in Angola, we will empower the economy of Angola.
AFAWA, the Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa, is a Pan-African initiative of the African Development Bank that seeks to bridge the $42 billion financing gap faced by women in Africa.
Our goal is to mobilize $5 billion for African women businesses by 2026.
I am confident that the outcomes of this event will serve as a catalyst for positive change in our mission to empower women entrepreneurs in Nigeria and indeed across the African continent.
We are eager to collaborate together with the government of Nigeria so that we further transform the environment to make a more conducive support to women SMEs.
Our policies aim to create a work environment that supports women participation and advancement. We have introduced legislation to promote pay equity and combat workplace discrimination.
We recognize the importance of women in development, but it goes further than recognizing. You also have to put your money where your mouth is.
So closing this gap, as we've heard today, isn't just a matter of fairness. It's also the smart thing to do to accelerate economic development. So this is a start, but again, we're on our way to a goal of $5 billion, so this is just the beginning. And we know that in Nigeria, this is the place for scale. This is the place where women-owned entrepreneurs can really drive the economic success that we're looking for.
We really want to collaborate with AFAWA and take it to the grassroots.
Nafanya biashara, ni mjasiriamali, najishughulisha na uuzaji wa viatu. Kabla sijaanza kujihusisha na kuuza viatu, nilikuwa ni mama wa nyumbani. Nilikuwa nalea tu watoto. Baadaye ndo nikaanza kidogo kidogo. Maisha yalikuwa ni ya kawaida kusema. Biashara ilikuja baada ya mume wangu kunishawishi, nikaingia kwenye biashara hii ya viatu ambayo alikuwa akiifanya. Kwa hiyo alikuwa akinisupport. Kabla sijapata mkopo, nilikuwa napata challenge. Ukienda sokoni, sehemu ambayo unanunua mizigo, huna hela ya kutosha. Kwa hiyo wakati mwingine unakosa mzigo. Kwa hivyo nilipojiunga huku CRDB, Malkia account nikachukua mkopo, kwa hiyo nikaongezea kwenye mtaji. Ilikuwa nilianza kidogo kidogo, nilianza kukopa kidogo, nikimaliza naongeza. Kwa hiyo mpaka biashara ikawa kubwa. Nimekuwa na matokeo mazuri. tumekuwa na matokeo mazuri kwa sababu tumeongeza mtaji. Kwa wafanyakazi mabadiliko yapo, kwa hiyo tumeweza kuongezea mshahara na tunawapa posho kama kila siku. Tunasema ni pesa ya nauli, kwa hiyo wana uhakika wa nauli ya kutoka nyumbani kuja kazini na kurudi. Baada ya kuanza biashara na kuingia kwenye mikopo, tumeongeza kipato, kwa hiyo tunasapotiana. Kama mwanamke kuna mahali na mimi na support kama ada, usafiri, vitu kama hivyo. Kwa hiyo nina malengo makubwa na hii biashara na imani itafika mbali zaidi.
Maisha yangu kabla ya hii biashara ilikuwa ni magumu sana. Ni maisha ambayo ulikuwa uwezi hata kumsomesha mtoto, uwezi hata kujiendeleza. Yaani binafsi tu unaweza kushindwa hata kufikiria kwamba napata mlo mmoja kwa siku. Wazazi wangu hawakuwa na kipato kikubwa, hawakuwa na kipato kidogo. Kwa hiyo nikajikuta nimemaliza shule bila kupata mwendelezo wa elimu. Kwa hiyo nikaanza kufanya biashara ndogo ndogo. Na kama mtu ana nia ya dhati ya kufanya biashara, akipata mkopo kwa riba hiyo lazima aweze kurejesha na aweze kufanya biashara na kufanikiwa. Nina ndoto kubwa na CRDB. Kwa miaka 5 ijayo tunategemea kuwa na kampuni kubwa kuliko hii, na tumeshasajili jina jipya la kampuni. Kwa maisha yalivyokuwa mwanzo hayakuwa mazuri, lakini kwa sasa naweza kusupport familia, hata ushirikiano wa kulipa ada za shule. Kama medicine doctor.
Through her projects, she was able to support me with my education as a medical student in a medical school. I would like to be a doctor because I love helping other people. I love to serve my community.
It is true that investing in women can transform the society because most of women, they are basically basing on education, health, and taking care of the families. Those initiatives help women to get financing and being able to tackle their need compared to interest rates.
To reduce the financing gap that women face in Africa, the African Development Bank Group launched the Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa, AFAWA, to increase access to finance for women-owned businesses to provide technical assistance, and to enable the business environment, collaborating with governments and stakeholders on policy and regulatory reforms.
All these are only meant to help women underground to make sure that we are growing them from where they are today into the better position in terms of finances. We have gotten a credit facility of more than $10 million to support women on ground and how to support them to grow their businesses. AFAWA gives us capacity building, and the capacity building that we're talking today here is about education and training and forums that we can do for women to make sure they have a very good financial inclusion.
The AFAWA Guarantee is a key instrument for the CRDB bank in financing women entrepreneurs, reducing risks and promoting loans through the CRDB's women's product Malkia.
This Malkia proposition has a saving account to allow women to save for better use of the funds when they need, or to use these funds as collateral when they don't have collateral. AFAWA would also assist us to be able to collect data internally so that we can have a really good data that we can work on to expand our existence and offering to women in the community and business.
When AFAWA as well as AfDB are connected to women, we are making sure that we can almost cover the services to women in country based on the network that we have today.
Empowering women, meaning you are taking care and you're developing the country, because women always focus on developing.
Maisha yangu kabla ya hii biashara ilikuwa ni magumu sana. Kama nilivyosema mwanzo, nimetoka kwenye familia ambazo hazikuwa na uwezo hata wa kutusomesha. Kama kampuni, kabla ya mkopo, kulikuwa kuna changamoto ya wateja kukosa kupata bidhaa kwa wakati.
Women are the backbone of the African economy. However, women entrepreneurs face multiple challenges in accessing finance, which restricts their entrepreneurial capacity and growth.
Hapo awali kabla sijaanza biashara alikuwa ni yeye kila kitu. Yeye kila kitu, familia na nini, lakini kabla sijaanza kujihusisha na kuuza viatu, nilikuwa ni mama wa nyumbani. Nilikuwa nalea tu watoto. Baadaye ndo nikaanza kidogo kidogo. Kabla sijapata mkopo, nilikuwa napata challenge. Ukienda sokoni, sehemu ambayo unanunua mizigo, una hela ya kutosha. Kwa hiyo wakati mwingine unakosa mzigo.
To reduce the financing gap, the African Development Bank Group launched the Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa, AFAWA, to enhance access to finance for women-owned businesses, to provide technical assistance, and to collaborate with governments and stakeholders on policy and regulatory reforms.
We are getting a credit from AfDB of more than $10 million to support women on ground to grow their businesses. AFAWA gives us capacity building, and the capacity building that we're talking today here is about education and training and forums that we can do for women to make sure they have a very good financial inclusion in terms of how they manage their businesses today and how they get their finances, how they get facilities from the banks.
In this business training, they're given opportunity to learn about business planning, marketing, financial, and other things that concerning their businesses. We give them opportunity to learn from best practices.
The AFAWA Guarantee is a key instrument for the CRDB bank in financing women entrepreneurs, reducing risks and promoting loans through the CRDB's women's product Malkia.
Malkia account, it helps them a lot, acquire loans, having accounts, savings, and dealing with different sectors in health and education. It is true that investing in women can transform the society, because most of women, they are basically basing on education, health, and taking care of the families. So empowering women, meaning you are taking care and you're developing the country.
Kwa hiyo hii project ina umuhimu mkubwa sana kwa wanawake, kuongeza mtaji na kukuza vipato. Na baada ya kupata ule mkopo pale CRDB, mfanya biashara yangu iwe kubwa zaidi, yani iongezeke na wateja pia waongezeke. Kwa maisha yalivyokuwa mwanzo hayakuwa mazuri, lakini kwa sasa naweza kusapoti familia, hata ushirikiano wa kulipa ada za shule. kwa sababu tulikuwa tunataka wapate elimu nzuri.
AfDB benki ipo, Malkia account ndio inayowainua wanawake wengi. Kwa hiyo na washauri wafungue Malkia account. Najisikia vizuri kwa kile ambacho nimeshakipata mpaka sasa, lakini matarajio ni kupata kikubwa zaidi.
I also want to thank the Angola Banking Association for reuniting the financial institutions who are playing a very crucial role.
A participação crescente da mulher em várias esferas, designadamente no mercado de trabalho, reforçou a motivação e as bases da luta pela igualdade do género.
In my panel, it was quite clear that there is a really different big gap between men and women when it comes to financing and when it comes to access even to banking.
Consegui perceber que existem, a nível da África, várias associações de fundos que podem ajudar e financiar as instituições financeiras, quer a nível da banca e não só.
40% of the people who are working in banking sectors are women.
We believe if we empower the women SMEs in Angola, we will empower the economy of Angola.
AFAWA, the Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa, is a Pan-African initiative of the African Development Bank that seeks to bridge the $42 billion financing gap faced by women in Africa.
Our goal is to mobilize $5 billion for African women businesses by 2026.
I am confident that the outcomes of this event will serve as a catalyst for positive change in our mission to empower women entrepreneurs in Nigeria and indeed across the African continent.
We are eager to collaborate together with the government of Nigeria so that we further transform the environment to make a more conducive support to women SMEs.
Our policies aim to create a work environment that supports women participation and advancement. We have introduced legislation to promote pay equity and combat workplace discrimination.
We recognize the importance of women in development, but it goes further than recognizing. You also have to put your money where your mouth is.
So closing this gap, as we've heard today, isn't just a matter of fairness. It's also the smart thing to do to accelerate economic development. So this is a start, but again, we're on our way to a goal of 5 billion, so this is just the beginning. And we know that in Nigeria, this is the place for scale. This is the place where women-owned entrepreneurs can really drive the economic success that we're looking for.
We really want to collaborate with AFAWA and take it to the grassroots.
Nafanya biashara, ni mjasiriamali, najishughulisha na uuzaji wa viatu. Kabla sijaanza kujihusisha na kuuza viatu, nilikuwa ni mama wa nyumbani. Nilikuwa nalea tu watoto. Baadaye ndo nikaanza kidogo kidogo. Maisha yalikuwa ni ya kawaida kusema biashara ilikuja baada ya mume wangu kunishawishi, nikaingia kwenye biashara hii ya viatu ambayo alikuwa akiifanya. Kwa hiyo alikuwa akinisupport. Kabla sijapata mkopo, nilikuwa napata challenge kwenda sokoni, sehemu ambayo unanunua mizigo, huna hela ya kutosha. Kwa hiyo wakati mwingine unakosa mzigo. Kwa hivyo nilipojiunga huku AfDB kwa wafanyakazi mabadiliko yapo. Kwa hiyo tumeweza kuongezea mshahara na tunawapa posho kama kila siku. Tunasema ni pesa ya nauli. Kwa hiyo wana uhakika wa nauli ya kutoka nyumbani kuja kazini na kurudi. Baada ya kuanza biashara na kuingia kwenye mikopo, tumeongeza kipato. Kwa hiyo tunasapotiana. Kama mwanamke kuna mahali na mimi na support kama ada, usafiri, vitu kama hivyo. Kwa hiyo nina malengo makubwa na hii biashara na imani itafika mbali zaidi.
Maisha yangu kabla ya hii biashara ilikuwa ni magumu sana. Ni maisha ambayo ulikuwa uwezi hata kumsomesha mtoto, uwezi hata kujiendeleza. Yaani binafsi tu unaweza kushindwa hata kufikiria kwamba napata mlo mmoja kwa siku. Wazazi wangu hawakuwa na kipato kikubwa, hawakuwa na kipato kidogo. Kwa hiyo nikajikuta nimemaliza shule bila kupata muendelezo wa elimu. Kwa hiyo nikaanza kufanya biashara ndogo ndogo. Naishi Tabata cha Ng'ombe, ni mjasiriamali, ninajishughulisha na biashara ndogo ndogo, biashara ya duka, biashara ya vipodozi na kutengeneza dawa za usafi wa nywele, usafi wa mazingira na dawa za usafi wa chooni na kusugulia tiles. Kwa ujumla ni mjasiriamali, lakini najishughulisha katika sekta hizo mbalimbali. Naishi na mume wangu pamoja na watoto. Kwa mume wangu, lakini baadaye ya kuona kwamba mahitaji ni makubwa, ndio nikawa nimeenda CRDB. Na baada ya kupata ule mkopo pale CRDB, mfanya biashara yangu iwe kubwa zaidi. Mkopo wa CRDB ulibadilisha biashara yetu vizuri na ulikuwa na matokeo mazuri kwa wateja kupata bidhaa kwa wakati. Lakini pia kwenye biashara yetu ya dukani ulipush kuongeza mtaji na tukafanikiwa kuongeza. Hii project ina manufaa makubwa kwa mkoa, kwa taifa, hasa kwa kina mama. Ni riba ndogo sana ambayo kila mtu pia akipata, na kama mtu ana nia dhati ya kufanya biashara, akipata mkopo kwa riba hiyo lazima aweze kurejesha na aweze kufanya biashara na kufanikiwa. Nina ndoto kubwa na CRDB. Kwa miaka 5 ijayo tunategemea kuwa na kampuni kubwa kuliko hii, na tumesha sajili jina jipya la kampuni. Kwa maisha yalivyokuwa mwanzo hayakuwa mazuri, lakini kwa sasa naweza kusapoti familia, hata ushirikiano wa kulipa ada za shule. Kama medicine doctor,
through her projects, she was able to support me with my education as a medical student in a medical school. I would like to be a doctor because I love helping other people. I love to serve my community.
It is true that investing in women can transform the society, because most of women, they are basically basing on education, health, and taking care of the families. Those initiatives help women to get financing and being able to tackle their need compared to interest rates.
To reduce the financing gap that women face in Africa, the African Development Bank Group launched the Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa, AFAWA, to increase access to finance for women-owned businesses, to provide technical assistance, and to enable the business environment, collaborating with governments and stakeholders on policy and regulatory reforms.
All these are only meant to help women underground to make sure that we are growing them from where they are today to the better position in terms of finances. We have gotten a credit facility of more than $10 million to support women on ground and how to support them to grow their businesses. AFAWA gives us capacity building, and the capacity building that we're talking today here is about education and training and forums that we can do for women to make sure they have a very good financial inclusion.
The AFAWA Guarantee is a key instrument for the CRDB Bank in financing women entrepreneurs, reducing risks and promoting loans through the CRDB's women's product Malkia.
This Malkia proposition has a saving account to allow women to save for better use of the funds when they need, or to use these funds as collateral when they don't have collateral. AFAWA would also assist us to be able to collect data internally, so that we can have a really good data that we can work on to expand our existence and offering to women in the community and business.
When AFAWA as well as AfDB are connected to women, we are making sure that we can almost cover the services to women in country based on the network that we have today.
Empowering women, meaning you are taking care and you're developing the country, because women always they focus on developing.
Maisha yangu kabla ya hii biashara ilikuwa ni magumu sana. Kama nilivyosema mwanzo, nimetoka kwenye familia ambazo hazikuwa na uwezo hata wa kutusomesha. Kama kampuni, kabla ya mkopo, kulikuwa kuna changamoto ya wateja kukosa kupata bidhaa kwa wakati.
Women are the backbone of the African economy. However, women entrepreneurs face multiple challenges in accessing finance, which restricts their entrepreneurial capacity and growth.
Hapo awali kabla sijaanza biashara alikuwa ni yeye kila kitu. Yeye kila kitu, familia na nini, lakini kabla sijaanza kujihusisha na kuuza viatu, nilikuwa ni mama wa nyumbani. Nilikuwa nalea tu watoto, baadaye ndo nikaanza kidogo kidogo. Kabla sijapata mkopo, nilikuwa napata challenge. Ukienda sokoni, sehemu ambayo unanunua mizigo, una hela ya kutosha. Kwa hiyo wakati mwingine unakosa mzigo.
To reduce the financing gap, the African Development Bank Group launched the Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa, AFAWA, to enhance access to finance for women-owned businesses.
A very good morning. We are about to begin shortly. Can I ask that we make our way to our seats and settle in for the program? Deputy Head of Mission, Netherlands Embassy in South Africa, Her Excellency Janneke Freeland. Excellencies, ambassadors and heads of mission representing donor, shareholder and sponsor countries. African Development Bank Director General of Southern Africa, Lelia Makadem. African Guarantee Fund Group Chief Executive Officer, Jules Ngakam. Banking Association of South Africa Chairperson, Mary Velakazi. An esteemed chief guest, Ms. Geraldine Fraser Moleketi. Distinguished guests, members of the business community, members of the media, ladies, gentlemen, Molweni, Sanbonani, Absheni, Dumelang, Dimacheloni, Huyamora, Bonjour, Jambo. A very good morning and welcome to the 8th edition of Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa's Finance Series held here in Johannesburg, South Africa. My name is Nzinga Kunta and I'm so pleased to be your program director both to those of us in the room and those joining us online. Before we begin, please may I provide some context for why we are gathering here today. Despite progress made in promoting gender equity and equality in South Africa's financial system, significant challenges still remain. Women continue to face barriers accessing financial services, and that includes, but is not limited to, a lack of collateral and cultural biases. Those obstacles often prevent women from starting or growing businesses, accessing credit, or fully participating in economic activities. Let's put this in perspective. Women make up about 51% of the population in South Africa, but the economic participation and opportunities lag so far behind men. According to the MasterCard Index of Women Entrepreneurs in 2020, only 21.9% of formal businesses in South Africa are owned by women. Women-owned SMEs in this country face a financing gap of billions of dollars, as is the case across our continent. To address this issue of gender financing, over the next 3 days, this event aims to move closer to its goal of unlocking $3 billion in financing for women SMEs through the AFAWA Guarantee for Growth program and explore how to leverage capital and channel that to more women entrepreneurs. We are so pleased to have entrepreneurs, decision makers, diplomats, members of civil society and the business community gathered here to try and find tangible solutions and have deep discussions. Just before we get into our program, a few requests. Can I please ask that we place our mobile phones on silent so we don't disturb the proceedings on stage? The hashtag for today is hashtag AFAWA Finance Series. Please share any insights with people outside of the room that you think may be interesting, and of course selfies as well if you're that way inclined. Now, Yapi Bazadenhout, who is the head of security here at Santon Sun, is going to come and do a quick safety briefing. After that, we'll begin our program.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me?
All right, just take 2 minutes of your time. So if there is evacuation today, which we hopefully pray it's not happening, but we are linked to the mall. So if there's any threat from the mall, unfortunately, we have to evacuate as well. There's no planned evacuation for today, but in case of an emergency, the siren will go off. A female voice will say there's an emergency detected in the building. Please exit through your nearest fire escape. In that case, if I can ask you to take your personal belongings, form one line, and then go through the doors, down the escalator, and then we will meet with you, the fire marshals, first aider, and safety reps, and myself, and the GM of the hotel. We'll take you safely to the assembly point. Once the emergency is then cleared, you will be escorted back and continue with your daily process or seminar. Just for security purposes, please look after your cell phone, your handbag. There is cell phone grabbing in the vicinity. There's card scamming. And report any suspicious people to security, which will be standing outside during the duration of this function. You know, there is occasionally people looking around for things to take that doesn't belong to them. And then just last, if we have to evacuate, if I can ask the ladies, please remove your high heels. You can take it with you, but it's only to prevent injuries going to the assembly point. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Yapi. Now, let's get into our program for the day. Our first speaker has extensive experience in the financial sector and has been a driving force in promoting inclusive banking practices. She, like many of the people that are going to be on the stage today, is a leader and a trailblazer. A round of applause, please, for Ms. Mary Vilakazi, the chairperson of the Banking Association of South Africa.
Good morning, everyone. To our esteemed chief guest, Geraldine Fraser-Moleketi, the Deputy Head of Mission, Netherlands Embassy in South Africa, Excellency Janneke Verlin, Excellencies, Ambassadors, Heads of Mission representing donor, shareholder, and sponsor countries, African Development Bank Director General of Southern Africa, Leila Madam, African Guarantee Fund Chief Executive Officer, Jules Nyakam. I think these are all protocols observed that I have been briefed about. Welcome, everyone. It is an honor to welcome you to this significant event, where we have come together to focus on a topic that is not only central to our collective progress, but vital to the growth and resilience of our economies, financing women-owned businesses and promoting financial inclusion across Southern Africa. Globally, the evidence is clear. When women succeed, societies flourish. Studies show that women reinvest up to 90% of their income back into their families and communities. But only 6% of women-owned businesses receive financing from traditional financial institutions, compared to 22% for male-owned businesses. This is the challenge that needs to be addressed. The financing gap for women-owned businesses across the region is estimated to be over $40 billion. There are signs of progress, according to the 2023 MasterCard Index of Women Entrepreneurs. South Africa is one of only 12 economies globally where women entrepreneurial activity rates have increased over the past couple of years. But more still needs to be done. Currently in South Africa, 11% of working-age women are engaged in early entrepreneurial activities, but a $6 billion financing gap still remains. In South Africa, despite women's growing participation in entrepreneurship, they are still more likely to be underfinanced compared to the male counterparts. This not only limits their businesses, but also inhibits the economic potential of our country and our region. The latest global Findex data indicates that on average, half of women in South Africa have bank accounts and have savings in formal financial institutions compared to men. The same data also shows that women save and borrow more from family and friends than from formal financial institutions. And in our region, the digital gender gap is the widest globally at around 43%. So the question before us is not whether we should act, but rather how quickly and effectively we can address these disparities. As chairperson of BASA, I'm proud to present an industry of 32 banks who are taking concrete steps to drive change. Financial inclusion and financial sector transformation are a key mandate for BASA's work. We are aligned to the goals of the African Development Bank through the AFAWA initiative to close the $42 billion gap in access to finance for women in SMEs in Africa over the next 5 to 6 years. The role of commercial banks is pivotal, and as an industry, we have begun to embrace this challenge in multiple ways. Today, I'll highlight 4 key areas. First has been tailored financing solutions. For years now, commercial banks in South Africa have been developing specific financial products aimed at women entrepreneurs with an understanding that traditional lending models do not always cater to the unique needs and challenges faced by women entrepreneurs. We've seen the introduction of lower collateral requirements, flexible repayment terms, and advisory services that help women grow businesses sustainably. Second is on capacity building and financial literacy. As an industry, we believe that access to finance is only part of the equation. Financial literacy programs have become a critical focus area, ensuring that women have the tools and knowledge to manage and grow their businesses effectively. Our industry members invest significantly in mentorship programs, capacity building workshops, and digital financial literacy campaigns across Africa, and we are seeing more women being empowered to take control of their financial futures. And the third place is in digital financial services. As digital financial transformation accelerates, our members are leveraging technology to expand access to financial services for women in rural and underserved communities. Mobile banking and fintech solutions are bringing banking closer to women's doorsteps, allowing them to open accounts, apply for loans, and manage their finances. And the last one is in partnerships and collaboration. We do recognize that collaboration with development finance institutions, government agencies, and NGOs is essential to creating a more inclusive society. While our initiatives represent progress, much more remains to be done, and to become even more gender sensitive in all our businesses. We therefore encourage participation in the AFAWA Guarantee for Growth program. Commercial banks are uniquely positioned to catalyze real, lasting change by continuing to innovate and scale our solutions for women entrepreneurs while benefiting from risk sharing through this initiative. The financing of women-owned businesses is a matter of transformation of the sector and its offerings to customers. And programs as the AFAWA Finance Series bring us a step closer to achieving the objective of greater levels of finance to SMEs. If we ensure that women have equal access to finance, we are unlocking potential for millions of jobs, fostering more inclusive, resilient economies. In closing, the banking sector has a vital role to play in creating a more inclusive financial system. We have the capacity, the resources, and the obligation to ensure that women entrepreneurs are not left behind. And I thank the African Development Bank for leading such an initiative. Thank you, and I look forward to hearing about the fruitful discussions and the collaborations that will follow from this day.
Thank you for welcoming us, Ms. Vilakazi, and giving us context about women entrepreneurs in South Africa and also the measures that are being taken, those tailored solutions by those 32 financial institutions. Now, our next speaker is a key figure in regional development with vast experience in development finance, who's going to give us insights into the economic landscape of the region. Please may we welcome to the stage Ms. Leila Mokadem, the Director General for Southern Africa at the African Development Bank.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, Chief Executive Officers, distinguished guests, captains of industry, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. It is with immense joy and optimism that I welcome you all to the AFAWA Finance Series in beautiful South Africa. Today we come together not just as leaders and experts, but as partners in a shared mission to transform lives, uplift communities, and create a future where every woman can thrive. This forum, led by the African Development Bank, the African Guarantee Fund, and the Banking Association of South Africa, is a celebration of our unwavering commitment to advancing financial inclusion and empowering women across this vibrant continent. We are joined by an extraordinary assembly of leaders from the financial sector, the public sector, regulatory bodies, donors, and inspiring female entrepreneurs. We will hear from experts who will shine a light on these barriers, and we will be uplifted by stories of incredible resilience from those who have triumphed, making a profound difference in their communities. Yet today we face a stark reality. African women are the heartbeat of our continent's growth, dynamic entrepreneurs, and the backbone of our communities. They drive innovation, support families, and create opportunities. Yet, they face a staggering financing gap of $49 billion, hindering by institutional and social barriers. In South Africa, female-owned micro, small, and medium enterprises represent 50% of all businesses, employing over 55% of the workforce and contributing significantly to our GDP. However, nearly half of these businesses remain financially excluded, with a financing gap of 100 billion rands. These challenges are not just statistics, they are dreams deferred. With targeted support, we can unlock the full potential of women entrepreneurs and pave the way for community prosperity. Accessing finance for entrepreneurs is a significant challenge. Barriers like insufficient collateral, limited credit information, and cultural factors hinder their potential. Financial institutions often struggle to meet the unique needs of this segment, resulting in inadequate solutions. At the African Development Bank, we see this as a transformative opportunity. Together, we are building a future where women entrepreneurs not only survive, but truly thrive. Supporting them is not just fair, it's smart economics that benefits us all. The AFAWA initiative focuses on creating innovative pathways for access to finance through dedicated technical support and essential policy reforms as well. That's why we are committed to delivering $5 billion, around 85 billion rands, in funding for women-led enterprises by 2026. To date, we have already approved over 18 billion rands, around $1 billion across the continent, demonstrating our dedication to this mission through strategic partnerships and innovative financial solutions. In South Africa, specifically, we have partnered with the ABSA Group. In fact, I just signed the agreement yesterday to implement groundbreaking gender-focused financial solutions aimed at bridging this gender financing gap. Our collaboration includes a financial package totaling 2.71 billion ZAR, featuring a social bond listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange aimed at providing affordable home loans to female-led households, and we target 3,600 female-led households. A sustainability-linked loan designed to enhance access for women and youth entrepreneurs. We are targeting 6,000 women entrepreneurs in the next 4 years. A performance-based incentive promoting affordable financing for women in small and medium enterprises. This package is further supported by technical assistance aimed at delivering advisory services and business development support, strengthening APSA's capacity to provide tailored financial solutions for underserved youth and women-owned SMEs. Ladies and gentlemen, through AFAWA's Women Entrepreneurship Enablers Initiative, known as the WIP, Melissa WIP, we have partnered with influential organizations such as the Graça Machel Trust, Power Africa, the Africa Women Innovation and Entrepreneurship Forum, AWIF, and Seed Stars to empower 18,000 women-led SMEs with essential access to markets, business, training, and financial connections. I'm proud to report that we have already engaged 2,212 women entrepreneurs right here in South Africa. Here's a snapshot of our impact. Power Africa, 2,120 businesses reached. Graça Machel Trust, 42 entrepreneurs supported. AWIF, 31 businesses engaged. Seed Stars, 19 women connected. These partnerships are driving real change and transforming lives. Let me introduce you to a few remarkable women whose journeys have been positively impacted through AFAWA support. Sifesile Ndaba, the founder of Mageba Wellness, utilized financial literacy training to access $5,000 grant, boosting her revenue by 45% and creating new jobs, changing not just her business, but her community. Innocentia Nyati of Dream Branded Solutions harnessed digital tools, securing long-term contracts and a $10,000 loan, which led to a 50% increase in her revenue in just 1 year. Nathalie Dutoit, an electrical engineer, received coaching from the Graça Machel Trust that enabled her to secure $265,000, allowing her to expand into new markets and grow her business significantly in a male-dominated industry. Lastly, Dikonelo Motseki, a poultry farmer, gained the confidence to secure $58,000 in funding, doubling her egg production and expanding her workforce from 3 to 10 employees. The WIP stories are not just about numbers. It's about real women achieving real success, resilience, growth, and the power of support. They show that when we invest in women, we uplift entire communities and create lasting change. We are intentional at the African Development Bank of our mission to stand alongside women, lift them up, and watch them rise. It's a partnership rooted in hope, resilience, and the belief in a brighter future for all. Ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I encourage all of you, policymakers, financial leaders, and business influencers to champion the cause of women entrepreneurs. Together, we have the power to bridge the financing gap and unlock Africa's greatest economic asset, its women. I leave you with a beautiful image. Imagine an Africa where every woman entrepreneur has the tools, resources, and opportunities to thrive. This is our shared vision, and we invite you to join us in making it a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director General Mokarem, for those insights into the state of women entrepreneurs and telling us about the work and the collaboration that you're doing as the bank with financial institutions in South Africa. And I think the most important thing is highlighting that those challenges that people face are not just statistics, but actually dreams deferred, and those are proper people. Now, our next speaker has expertise in sustainable development in agriculture, and as we know, those sectors are crucial as we discuss empowering women across those sectors and various ones and growing our economies, not only in South Africa, but across the continent. Joining us virtually is Dr. Beth Dunford. She's the Vice President for Agriculture, Human and Social Development at the African Development Bank. Dr. Dunford, it's over to you.
Good morning.
Dr. Dunford, good morning. We're waiting for you to begin. The floor is yours. All right, we know about the joys of hybrid, sometimes from COVID. We're going to give it a minute or so. And then if we can't get hold of Dr. Dunford or she doesn't begin, we'll move on and perhaps we'll hear from her a little bit later.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can hear you very well. The floor is yours.
Great. Thank you so much. Your Excellencies, Chief Executive Officers, Senior Management of various financial institutions, Mary Vilakazi, the Chairperson of the Banking Association of South Africa, Jules Ngankam, the Group Chief Executive of the African Guarantee Fund, Director General Leila Mokadem, former Vice President and Special Envoy for Gender, Geraldine Fraser-Moleketi, and colleagues from the African Development Bank, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everyone. I am truly honored to join you remotely today for the opening of the 8th edition of the AFAWA Finance Series. And though I may not be with you in person, I can really feel the energy and the momentum of this gathering. I'm very excited to be a part of it. So women-owned and women-led businesses are essential engines of economic growth across Africa. And in sub-Saharan Africa, 8 out of 10 women in the labor force are self-employed. And that's a remarkable figure, especially when compared to fewer than 50% globally. And this reflects their incredible contribution to the economic landscape of our region. The Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa, or AFAWA, was designed under the leadership of President Adesina to tackle the $42 billion financing gap faced by those women entrepreneurs when we started the initiative. Our goal with AFAWA is simple, but transformative, to dismantle the barriers that prevent women from accessing the financial resources they need to grow their businesses, strengthen their communities, and drive Africa's economy forward. AFAWA is more than just a financial initiative. It's a movement for the future of inclusive growth. So without question, AFAWA is one of the most impactful and transformative programs we have at the African Development Bank. And I'm proud to say the results we have today are speaking volumes. Just last month, we achieved a significant milestone. $1 billion has been disbursed to more than 18,000 women entrepreneurs spanning 43 countries through 172 financial institutions. And these are not just numbers on a balance sheet. They represent real, life-changing opportunities for women, their families, and their communities. So, looking ahead to these series, I'm inspired by the conversations that will take place. Discussions around policy reform, innovative case studies, and groundbreaking solutions that will shape the future of women's finance in Africa. This event has gone stronger with each edition, and I have no doubt that the outcomes from these sessions will continue to move us closer to our ambitious $5 billion target by 2026. As we gather for the 8th time, I want to express how proud I am to see the AFAWA Finance Series flourish. And I'm excited that this important dialogue is taking place in Mzambique a place synonymous with resilience and possibility. Thank you all for your dedication to this cause, and I wish you a fruitful and inspiring event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dunford, for highlighting the intersection of agriculture and women's empowerment, and we could also feel her excitement about this event. Now, our next speaker plays a pivotal role in supporting SMEs across Africa, and whose experience in risk management and SME financing is particularly relevant to our discussions today. Please may we welcome to the stage Jules Ngagam, the Group Chief Executive Officer of the African Guarantee Fund. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Esteemed Chief Guest, Ms. Geraldine Jocelyn Fraser-Moleketi, Deputy Head of Mission Netherlands Embassy in South Africa, Her Excellency Janneke Vrichland, Excellency Ambassadors and Head of Mission from AFAWA sponsors, nation, and ADF shareholders and sponsors, African Development Bank Director General for Southern Africa, Ms. Leila Mukadem, Banking Association of South Africa Chairperson, Ms. Marie Bilakazi, ladies and gentlemen. Being here today in South Africa for the AFAWA Finance Series is a big moment. It's a big moment for the African Guarantee Fund and for the African Development Bank. And you know what is very special about South Africa is that you celebrate the Women's Day 2 times a year. So you celebrate the International Women's Day and also the National Women's Days. So the International Women's Days is on the 8th of March, and we celebrate the progress that have been done on the women's rights. We also celebrate, South Africa also celebrate on the 9th of August, the National Women's Days. These days is to commemorate the 20,000 women who marched the Union building in the city of Pretoria to protest against a number of laws limiting their freedom. I will acknowledge the leader of that march in the person of Lilian Ngoyi, Helen Joseph, Reima Musa, Sophia Williams. They will be forever remembered, and they have inspired millions of people in Africa about fighting for a better future. And that's why we are here today. It's for a better future for women, for our family, for our kids, and for the entire population. Those ladies that were fighting, as we can see, they were doing that when many men leaders of the freedom movement were either in prison or exiled. And the movement was held together in large by the women. So the women in South Africa, they have a long story of about fighting for a better future. But the main question is the following: what were they fighting for? Was it about gender? Was it about race? Was it about social status? Because they were very poor. So what I will say is that they were fighting for all the three. And that was called the triple oppression. Gender, they were struggling. Race, they were struggling. Social class, they were struggling. So, fast forward, we're in 2024. What has changed? You know, twice a year we like to send those messages to our mom, to our sisters, to our daughters, our cousins. Happy Women's Day. Is there anything to be happy about? That's the question. Are we happy about the progress that have been done over the past century? When only 6% of women-owned business have received financing from traditional institutions compared to 22% of their male counterpart, 6 versus 22. Are we happy when women entrepreneurs are 20% less likely to secure business loan than their male counterpart in South Africa? And are we happy when the vast majority of women businesses are still in the informal sector. So, today we are talking about women running businesses in Africa, and I still believe that they are still facing the triple oppression. Maybe not triple oppression, but triple negative perception. Because number one, they are African. And we believe that, and people tend to believe that Africa is the riskiest continent in the world. Number two, they are running SMEs. When you look at the landscape of the businesses, the micro and the small businesses are the riskiest. Based on their size, they are very vulnerable. And number three, they are women. So they carry all the cultural biases. They don't have access to collateral. They don't have access to business network. So till today, it's not the same triple operation as what it used to be in the past, but they still have to carry those triple challenges. And that's why the program AFAWA was launched by the African Development Bank, and us as ADF, we are the implementing partner to make sure that we come up with solutions to address those challenges faced by the women in Africa. And the AFAWA program also is coming with three solutions, three components. Maybe it's to address also the triple challenges. So the first one of the proposed solution is access to finance. This is where we work with the financial institution to unlock more financing for women-owned businesses. And through the guarantee, the risk-sharing product, we encourage the bank to lend more at better conditions to women SMEs. The second component is capacity building, because capital alone cannot solve the problem. So we organize training, mentorship program to support women SMEs to improve their financial skills, bookkeeping, and loan readiness. We also work with the bank to design products that are more aligned to the need of women-owned or led businesses. And the last component is advocacy. We talk to the policymaker to address the laws and the policy that are limiting women from reaching their full productive potential. In that regard, when we talk about the advocacy, I would like to commend the work done by the government of South Africa. They have taken several steps to address the barrier that women face in accessing finance. This includes the National Financial Inclusion Strategy, launched by the government in 2017. This strategy aims to increase access to finance services for the underserved population, including women. Another initiative is the Financial Sector Code, which promotes the transformation of the financial sector, including increased access to financial services for Black women-owned enterprises. The government also established in 2014 the Department for Small Business Development. This department provides support to SMEs with the focus on women-owned enterprises. And the broad-based Black Economic Empowerment Act. This act includes provision to promote women economic empowerment. It has contributed to increase the women representation in senior management positions. We know, of course, that we need to do more to be able to address all the barriers that the women are facing. We need to address that triple barrier. That's why we are building partnership with financial institutions in South Africa, as well as with the government, to develop specific programs and products to support women SMEs. In closing, I want to say that the future of African economy depends on the inclusion of all its players. All the players need to reach their full potential for us to be able to compete. It's not a matter of doing good, it's a matter of doing the right thing. Women entrepreneurs have waited for too long on the sideline of finance. Through the AFAWA program and the commitment from all of us, we can ensure that this generation and also the future generation will not have to face all the challenges that women are facing today when it comes to access to finance, and we would like them to be at the center of the Africa economic story. So let us make this conference not just a moment of discussion, but a catalyst of action. Together we can build the future where women businesses thrive, contribute to the prosperity of South Africa and the prosperity of our continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ngakam, for highlighting the importance of intersectionality, going back into our history in South Africa, seeing how women dealt with challenges then, and bringing it into the future, speaking about also those triple challenges and how AFAWA and their partners are dealing with those. Now, let's hear from one of AFAWA's key supporters. Please may I ask Her Excellency Janneke Freeland, Deputy Head of Mission at the Netherlands Embassy in South Africa, whose presence underscores the international commitment to women's economic empowerment in Africa, to make her way to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Program Director. So, welcome, esteemed guests, to an extraordinary three-day dedicated event dedicated to the vibrant spirit of women entrepreneurship. Always when I attend these events where all these amazing women gather, I wish I could bring my boys, 2 sons, to actually see these women and be exposed. Next time, maybe. I'm addressing you on behalf of our fellow donors of the AFAWA Guarantee for Growth and Gender Equality Trust Fund, France, Italy, and Sweden, and of course the Netherlands. It is with great pleasure that we gather here today in Sandton, South Africa. Sandton is a major financial and commercial hub in South Africa, with a financial footprint not only in this country but at the whole continent. It is therefore befitting that we address the important issue of women's economic empowerment and access to finance for women entrepreneurs here. Special welcome to African Development Bank Vice President Beth Dunford, online, Group Chief Executive of the African Guarantee Fund, Jules Ngakam, who are true AFAWA champions, and also to Mary Vilakazi, Chair of the Banking Association of South Africa and Chief Executive Officer of First Rand Bank, and Lili Mokadam, DG of Southern Africa of the African Development Bank, who are front-running enablers of women entrepreneurship in South Africa. And of course, to all the other finance institutions and enablers that are represented here today. But above all, a very warm welcome to the outstanding women entrepreneurs who are joining the Finance Series, because this event is about you and how we can strengthen and support the excellent work you are doing. Gender and women entrepreneurship is strongly supported in the Netherlands and in our work as Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I've been in this country for 3 years. During my time here, I've met so many amazing and inspiring women entrepreneurs and witnessed the incredible journeys of many women entrepreneurs. As the Netherlands Embassy in South Africa, we have actively supported women in the tech sector. Over 2 years, we've built a network of over 100 women active in tech, both entrepreneurs as well as women working for larger companies. By sharing inspiration, knowledge, and networking, we've seen these businesses growing. A wonderful example are Tato Skermer and Noni Sitole, co-founders of Zoe Health, created by women for women, inspired by their own personal experiences as mother and the lack of support they got from the existing healthcare system. They developed an online application to provide women with access to affordable, convenient, and caring healthcare services. But a business can only grow when equipped with adequate funding and support. That is why this finance series and the AFAWA program is crucial. Together with AFAWA program of the African Development Bank and the African Guarantee Fund and the private sector, of course, we are aiming to reduce the finance gap for women entrepreneurs on the African continent by 5 billion before the end of 2026, and to create lasting enhanced business opportunities for women to continue to flourish in the future. We do this also together with our partners and programs, such as FMO, Invest International, and Dutch Good Growth Fund. We support women economic empowerment and access to finance for women entrepreneurs in Africa by applying a gender lens in business practices and investments. The AFAWA program stands out because of its holistic approach in which it addresses supply and demand challenges at scale to unleash the economic potential of women entrepreneurs, of you. We as donors are proud to be able to support this successful initiative and look forward to join you and all others involved in your journeys to enhance the business climate for women entrepreneurs, to realize gender-responsive financial goods and services, and to see women entrepreneurs and their enterprises grow. The coming days are all about equipping the financial institutions with the knowledge needed to become gender sensitive and to leverage the opportunities within the AFAWA program to address the financial and non-financial need of women SMEs. I therefore want to encourage everybody to take this opportunity and use this platform to strengthen networks, get inspired by these amazing women entrepreneurs, and break the barriers that currently prevent these businesses to flourish and grow. Thank you very much and have a great conference.
Thank you. Thank you, Excellency, for sharing the perspective of AFAWA's donors and your experience in South Africa over the last 3 years and highlighting some of those incredible entrepreneurs that you've met or that you've interacted with. There are so many in South Africa and on our continent. Now, it's my great pleasure to introduce our chief guest, a woman who has broken numerous barriers in South African politics and business, and whose distinguished career includes serving as a cabinet minister, as well as a current role as Chancellor at Nelson Mandela University. A warm round of applause, please, for Dr. Geraldine Fraser-Moleketi.
Thank you and good morning, everyone. I'm going to start somewhere else. I actually want all of you to rise for a colleague of mine who passed away in recent times, the 8th Governor of the Reserve Bank, Tito Mboweni. Thank you. I thought that I should start there to just remind us that it required a number of people who were involved and committed to a struggle for democracy, for equality and freedom in South Africa, but also saw themselves as an integral part of the African continent, and we all saw ourselves as African, which we are, and as many of you are in this room. And then, of course, there were those from the diaspora, the ambassador included, who played a role in attaining what was at the time considered almost impossible. And I think when you are a pioneer, you know, there's a great responsibility that rests on your shoulders. And in many instances, you've got to ensure that you lay the right foundation that others can and must build on. Jules reminded us of a particular period, but I thought that I'd just bring that reminder in the room. But it's also just because of the kind of person that Tito was. Witty, smart, someone who would engage, but he was also from very much part of the edifice of the financial services sector. And right now, as we get together in this room, we're probably positively surprised by who is in the room, because many of whom are in the room today would not even have wanted to walk through the door to get into such a room 20, 30, 40 years ago. So I thought I'd start there and just remind us of Tito and just end on a lighter note. So Tito was the youngest member of cabinet when he was appointed, and very proud of being that. And those of you who know Tito, I mean, you'd make a meal out of that. And then along I came and I knocked him off his perch, and I was younger than him, and said, right, let's see how we do this, you know, and we do it together. And it was an intergenerational cabinet that had men and women in it. And it was not a cabinet where there was simple agreement by everyone. We differed strongly and sharply, but we did it inside cabinet. We didn't hang it out there. I said, he said, she said, was ensuring a particular outcome. And then, of course, Togo Didiza knocked both of us off our perch in terms of being the youngest when she came in later. But I think that's when the Duke of Magubas Kloof became the 8th governor. And as he said, he was governor emeritus. Nobody would remove that from him. So I raised that here today for a number of reasons, because I want to take you through a journey. And I want to take you to a room in Nairobi, Kenya, on the 28th of April, 2014. And there's a few people who were in that room on what we called a brains trust on financial inclusion. And it was this brains trust that we convened to discuss what we should do to make a real difference, or try to make an impact on the reality facing women on the continent as it relates to financial inclusion. So I'm going to mention some names so that you just get an idea of who was in that particular room. And in terms of the external participants, we had a couple of people there because we knew it couldn't be too big, because we had to think big and be able to differ strongly. And I'll talk about that, and differ creatively in a manner that would lead to the product you see here. This didn't come about just because everybody thought there's great goodwill. This made great sense. And the people in that room included the then manager of the SADC Banking Association, Maxine Hlaba. It had the group CEO of Kenya Women, Jennifer Riria. And I think many of you may know Jennifer. She's a larger-than-life person and personality. We had an IT designer who subsequently joined the bank, left the bank, plays quite a key role in Kenya, called Shiko Gitao. We had program manager for women and finance capability called Ashley Emmanuel from Ifina, Nigeria. We had Angela Humula, who was then head of strategy, planning and technology from Safari Com Kenya. We had Sonia de Bruin-Sebutsa, who was then advisory board member of New Faces, New Voices. And we had a number of people from New Faces, New Voices in the room, which included the then executive director, Nomsa Daniels. We also had Anne Gituku Shongwe, who was then the CEO of Afros. And we had Bridget Helms, director of Speed Program, Anne-Marie Chitzero, CEO of AfriCap Microfinance Investment Company. And we had Tikumbu Ishmael, Managing Director and Director of Alatia Capital Nigeria. We had Polo Khadebe, founder of Identity Partners. And I want to pause on that one, just so that you, no, maybe I shouldn't pause now, I'll pause later. So these are people who have remained in the sector, but we were in this room saying we've got to think differently. From the African Development Bank side, we had someone who was from the Department of IT, Nicholas Williams, who was the division manager. We had Josephine Hoste, who was consultant, and with Osan, who's in the agriculture sector and so on. I think it's been renamed. We had the principal statistician in the gender division in the bank called Mark Kokau. We had Chief Partnership Officer Cynthia Kamikaze. We had the gender specialist who's in the room here and subsequently in a different role, Lynette Meriti. We had a Chief Portfolio Officer from private sector, Rafael Jabba. And we had the Financial Market Coordinator, Robert Mazimbuku. Robert Mazimbuku, I must get the pronunciation straight. And then the Principal Strategy Officer, Cecile Amber. I mention these names because sometimes when you conceive an idea, we forget those who were there in the room to contribute towards that conception. And as I said, this was 10 years ago. I had just come into the bank, and the discussion was, what do we do differently? Because we could continue business as usual and ensure, you know, that the normal programs are taken forward and not make a real impact and a difference. And what we wanted to do was to disrupt a little bit, to challenge in a way that would make an impact. And coming out of that meeting, we identified 4 areas of special focus. And these were notably a data and information platform that we entitled 50 Million Women Speak. This is a baby we handed over to COMESA. We put $10 million as seed funding into that. Hasn't quite got to where we wanted it to be, because we wanted it to be a platform that would be interactive, Facebook that would be one of trade for women. And with the AFC, with the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, and I'd actually want to say to the people there, have a look at this baby, because this could be what should take trade forward for women across borders, because after all, the women traders have always moved, even before the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. And they've always had to overcome challenges, and we need to make it easier. So putting that out there and say, look at that and see what can be done. The second area was financial inclusion, and I'm going to come back to that. The third was financing vehicles for women, and I'm going to talk about one of those financing vehicles, and that's where what was Alatia and Identity came together and formed what was equity, what is an equity, well, equity fund called Alatia Identity. So let me give you one story, just a quick anecdotal one around that. So Tukumbo in the meeting really fought quite hard for something different. And she said, we can't leave this brains trust and claim that we're going to form a private equity vehicle and nothing happens. Secondly, we can't do it in a way that won't make the impact that's required. Because as we recognized 10 years ago, is that private equity and a vehicle run by women, led by women, for women, wasn't really in place. And a lot of the debate was, look, we managed to get private equity led by men on the African continent, and black men in particular. Surely we can do this for women. But there was a strong view that we just get fobbed off. And you know, today, I'm sorry, we didn't have the resources then to record the 2-3 days we were there. But had we recorded it, I'm sure many of you would say, but we're still having some of those debates now. Or you would have said, wow, didn't know that you really dealt with it in such depth. So where's Alatia identity now? And they also got an initial small injection that we really had to fight for. I mean, if Lynette would talk about it, both for AFAWA and Alatia identity, sometimes we had to gate crash meetings. Sometimes we had to force ourselves into rooms where the guys would say, but really, we need to keep the lights on. You want us to consider this? So let's tell you where they are at the moment, and I'm sure you'll hear more. They funded 13 businesses between West Africa and SADC. And they're about to close their 14th one before the year end. They've deployed just about 70 million US dollars, which is 1.3 billion rands, in majority women-owned and led businesses. 70% of their businesses are founded and led by women, where they invested in male-owned and led businesses. They implemented their gender lens strategy, where they've seen gender representation improving across the full value chain of businesses they invested in. And there's been a significant impact on job creation across the various regions. So West Africa and SADC itself. And this came from that meeting in Nairobi. What else came from that meeting and looking at financial inclusion was, of course, AFAWA. And again, it was because we had the right people in the room, the people I spoke about. Because generally, the tendency has been, you want a woman's product or a woman's vehicle, you send the women in the business to attend. You want to have a particular outcome, maybe we should look at some social responsibility financing. And we're saying that's not what we want. We want a lot more, because you've heard the data this morning. The gender gap and what's required for financial inclusion is projected modestly at 49 billion US dollars. And the 5 billion, which is the intention of AFAWA, is modest. It's a drop in the ocean. But we have this room full today, and you're going to help. And you're going to make a difference to see that we have the focus required on youth and women as procurement partners as well, and this is a push we've had in the bank, I think it's really great that we have the Africa Guarantee Fund leading it. It's also great that private sector is working, the private sector division is where Melissa is located, and she's in the room, you'll meet her, in order to take this forward, so that it is again not a situation where it's marginalized as a special fund that may not directly access other finances that's available. So in terms of the innovative instrument that we have here today, which is AFAWA, and also the Guarantee for Growth program, that's a good step. But I want us to push further. We can't be satisfied with this. We must celebrate it, but we need to push more. We need to push harder. But we need to show that for commercial banks, it's a benefit to them. They should see it as an opportunity to get returns. So we're not looking at it and we don't want to see it as a social utility fund of any sort. We want to also see it as hardcore business. So let me, because I'm not the chair of BASA or the chair of BASA, SADC, BASA, or anything like that, I can say, you see, many overlooked, in this country, the Big Four, overlooked the bank called Capitec. And when Capitec started, all the Big Four said, it's not going to go anywhere. Now the Big Four is sitting up because Capitec is starting to eat their breakfast. And what they're worried about is, what if they get to lunchtime? You know what's going to happen then. I think in a similar way, we need to look at this AFAWA vehicles and others and say, how do you ensure that you start where we are, but you build it in such a way that it is that disruptor required? So let me say, Jules, our thoughts about AFAWA was much bigger than what it is here. Our dream is much bigger. And I'm not going to say it's a dream deferred, because we defer nothing. And if you want to make a difference, you disrupt, but you start in places. So 2010, 2014, did we expect Jules in the room? Not really. But we were hoping towards that, you know, that would happen. Do we want more? Yes, we do. You know, we want a lot more. And just bear in mind, this responsibility rests on you. We have a representative that's there from the donor side, and we're looking at investment there, but we also want all of us, development finance, as well as commercial banking, to look at how we can grow this fund in a way that it will plow back to the degree required. And we probably need to look at intersectionality as well. We need to look at the profile of the female entrepreneur that has access to finance, and ask ourselves, what finance do they access? And what are the guarantees like? Are they really getting cheaper loans? And are we doing as well as it should? And we will accept the fact that context is important and one size does not fit all. So in discussions this morning, I was informed that SADC wasn't that easy to penetrate for the AGF. But I think SADC better open up, because if you don't, you're going to get overtaken. And the commercial banks, and I'm sure Bassa will take this message as well, the commercial banks must ensure that they play the role required to take this fund forward. So what else is required? Yeah, I think give a round of applause. It will serve as pleasure. You know, why not? Why not? So what else can be done beyond the guarantee to financial institutions? And I think that must be dealt with. So some key considerations for the future is the role of technology and digital tools that target women. So go back to Africa to 50 Women Speak, and it's not a crazy idea. Look at COMESA and look at the population of COMESA, population size. Look at the population of SADC, a lot smaller. Look at ECOWAS. Let's just look across the continent. We have 55 countries, and we can slice and dice it. How do we do it and take it forward? Then, of course, innovative credit scoring models. And above all, what is non-negotiable is ongoing support to women entrepreneurs. And beyond incubation, how do we support women? So a debate we had in that room, and it was a difficult debate. Who do we finance? Is it the women who are already big in business? Do we create conglomerates? What do we do? Do we go for the missing middle as it's presented? That middle where you're too big to get the small financing, you're too small to really get the kind of resources from commercial banks. How do we deal with that? And the fact that we should always remember that there are those who are at the micro financing level, and how do we ensure that we always have them in the tent? So a lot to be thought about, and as you have this discussion, try and get a small group to have a brains trust as well that could better the one in Nairobi, April 2014, that grew legs and got the African Development Bank to really engage with it in a real sense and made financial commitments to it, creating this innovative vehicle and knowing that we are not willing to stop as the women on this continent at any point, but we do so with progressive and feminist men. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Fraser Molegetli, for those inspiring words and that rich history about Alatia identity. You taking us back to that initiative in our history here in South Africa just reminds me of a saying and a symbol in Ghana, which is Sankofa. In order to know where you're going, you need to know where you're coming from. We were speaking, we were talking about agriculture earlier, and I know later on in the day we're going to have panelists about that. You raising Tito Mboweni reminds me of some of the interactions and the importance that he placed on agriculture. So he'd always say to us, if he saw us either in a panel setting or in an informal setting, you guys must stop trying to be DJs and be cool. We need farmers. We need people to, we need people to grow food. So thank you so much for bringing him up and his memory. Yes. Yes, correct. Thank you. And so that concludes our opening ceremony. For this part of the day, we're going to continue. After we return, we're going to delve into South Africa's macroeconomic context and get to hear from the women that have been spoken about so much during the first part of the program. We look forward to those discussions. It's 7 minutes to 11. Please may I ask that we be back in the room at about 25 past so we can kick off our program at 11:30. Thank you so much for your attention so far. I'll see you in just a moment. Thank you.
I welcome you all to AFAWA series, and please allow me to say this is our official opening of the AFAWA series. And Tanzania being the first, we are glad to be given that honor to be the first to open the AFAWA series. And we are looking forward to the 3 days of intensive discussion on what could be done to help the women SMEs in our country and in Africa in general.
This initiative is in line with Tanzania's vision of transforming into a competitive and inclusive economy, as well as the National Financial Inclusion Framework vision of ensuring that financial products and services meet the needs of individuals and businesses, consistent with supporting livelihood, household resilience, and creation of jobs. We welcome the fact that this framework considers women as pivotal market that deserves increased attention and not as a mere segment to be given preferential treatment. The government of the United Republic of Tanzania can continue to count on the support of the African Development Bank to implement their vision for women entrepreneurs through the AFAWA initiative.
one event supported by 3 or 4 of the development. So in your case, you assign managers and directors as part of that, because all 32 members. Yeah. But definitely, I find it good. Yeah, I also do it. I can be up for what.
That's way better. Way better. Way. I don't know it now. I think that
I welcome you all to AFAWA series, and please allow me to say this is our official opening of the AFAWA series, and Tanzania being the first, we are glad to be given that honor to be the first to open the AFAWA series, and we're looking forward to the 3 days of intensive discussion on what could be done to help the women SMEs in our country and in Africa in general.
This initiative is in line with Tanzania's vision of transforming into a competitive and inclusive economy, as well as the National Financial Institutions Framework vision of ensuring that financial products and services meet the needs of individuals and businesses, consistent with supporting livelihood, household resilience, and inflation. We welcome the fact that this framework considers women as pivotal market that deserves increased attention and not as a mere segment in the middle of presidential treatment. The government of the United Republic of Tanzania can continue to count on the support of the African Development Bank to implement their vision for women entrepreneurs through the AFAWA initiative. The African Development Bank is at the forefront in supporting private sector access to finance through different mechanisms, including lines of credit, trade finance, and equity investment.
We also look forward to working with the government to develop specific programs for women business. I also wish all the participants in this series of AFAWA a successful meeting, sponsor, information sharing, and we believe that every day is another opportunity to gain knowledge, transparency, and realize that we want to
I appreciate the opportunity to represent the Ministry of Investment, Industry and Trade at this series to gain a better understanding of how the ministry can put more or support the continued growth and prosperity of the women-led small and medium enterprises.
Yes.
Otherwise,
it's today. Because I'm in Nairobi on the 7th and 8th.
Okay. This program, which aims to empower the women under the financing of the African Development Bank and also from this African Guarantee Fund, will have a positive impact on the Tanzanian economy at large. We, as the ministry responsible for investment in the trade, we will support you fully. And on behalf of the United Republic of Tanzania government, we are ready to make sure that women are very well taken care of and make sure that we will support them in all areas.
Today we will be talking about financial inclusion strategy in Tanzania. We will be discussing the regulatory framework. We will be talking about some status and outcome of this strategy that we've had in Tanzania for women.
Part of the AFAWA initiative, we are looking at how to work with government, how to work with policymakers to identify innovative ways to transition some of these SMEs, especially from informal to the formal sector.
unplug the mic.
The mic, because I want to control it. The mic.
Just unplug that one. Take your
This one uses phantom power. So the moment you take it from phantom power, it's on mic.
Because he's sending nothing now. Like nothing. Huh?
Thank you.
Ajik, it's this. Yeah. So what it's doing, it's been using the internal mic. You see? Okay. Huh? We'll check now. So it should just be.
In my panel, it was quite clear that there is a really different big gap between men and women when it comes to financing and when it comes to access even to banking.
Consegui perceber que existem, a nível da África, várias associações de fundos que podem ajudar e financiar as instituições financeiras, quer a nível da banca e não só.
40% of the people who are working in banking sectors are women.
We believe if we empower the women SMEs in Angola, we will empower the economy of Angola.
AFAWA, the Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa, is a Pan-African initiative of the African Development Bank that seeks to bridge the $42 billion financing gap faced by women in Africa.
Our goal is to mobilize $5 billion for African women businesses by 2026.
I am confident that the outcomes of this event will serve as a catalyst for positive change in our mission to empower women entrepreneurs in Nigeria and indeed across the African continent.
We are eager to collaborate together with the government of Nigeria so that we further transform the environment to make a more conducive support to women SMEs.
Our policies aim to create a work environment that supports women participation and advancement. We have introduced legislation to promote pay equity and combat workplace discrimination.
We recognize the importance of women in development, but it goes further than recognizing. You also have to put your money where your mouth is.
So closing this gap, as we've heard today, isn't just a matter of fairness. It's also the smart thing to do to accelerate economic development. So this is a start, but again, we're on our way to a goal of $5 billion, so this is just the beginning. And we know that in Nigeria, this is the place for scale. This is the place where women-owned entrepreneurs can really drive the economic success that we're looking for.
To collaborate with AFAWA.
Maisha yalikuwa ni ya kawaida kusema biashara ilikuja baada ya mume wangu kunishawishi nikaingia kwenye biashara ya viatu ambayo alikuwa akiifanya.
alikuwa akinisapoti. Kabla sijapata mkopo, nilikuwa napata challenge kwenda sokoni, sehemu ambayo unanunua mzigo, kuna hela ya kutosha. Kwa hiyo wakati mwingine unakosa mzigo. Kwa hivyo nilipojiunga huku CRDB, nilikia account nikachukua mkopo, kwa hiyo nikaongezea kwenye mtaji. Ilikuwa nilianza kidogo kidogo, sikuwa nilianza kukopa kidogo, nikimaliza naongeza. Kwa hiyo hata biashara ikawa kubwa. Tumekuwa na matokeo mazuri kwa sababu tumeongeza mtaji. Kwa wafanyakazi mabadiliko yapo, kwa hiyo tumeweza kuongezea mshahara na tunawapa posho kama kila siku. Tunasema ni pesa ya nauli, kwa hiyo wana uhakika wa nauli ya kutoka nyumbani kuja kazini na kurudi. Baada ya kuanza biashara na kuingia kwenye mikopo, tumeongeza kipato, kwa hiyo tunasapotiana. Kama mwanamke kuna mahali na mimi na sapoti kama ada, usafiri, vitu kama hivyo. Kwa hiyo nina malengo makubwa na hii biashara na imani.
A very good morning. The next part of our program is about to begin. Please may I ask those of us inside the room to make their way to their seats and settle in. If you're still outside with your refreshments, please may I ask that you make your way back inside as the next part of our program is about to begin. Thank you. Please may I ask that the doors be closed. We are beginning the next part of the program. A very good morning once again. Please may I ask that we settle down at the back. The next part of the program is about to begin. Please may I ask the doors be closed. Thank you so much. A very good morning and welcome once again. I hope you enjoyed the break and your refreshments. Moving forward, we're going to set the scene for our discussions today by examining South Africa's macroeconomic context. Our first speaker on this part of the program is Nishdeep Sethi. She's the Group Director, Structured Finance and Products at the African Guarantee Fund, who's going to give us an overview of the financial sector and innovative products supporting women-led SMEs. A round of applause, please, for Nishdeep as she makes her way to the front. Oh, Melissa, you going? All right, so actually, we're going to hear first from Ms. Melissa Basque-Roux, the Principal Officer of AFAWA at the African Development Bank. She's going to also give us insights on the current landscape and gender financing. A round of applause for her, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning again, everyone. So it's a real honor for me to be here today alongside incredible partners and trailblazers in the finance world. So my name is Melissa Basque-Roux, and I have the privilege to be the AFAWA coordinator. I mean, it's an initiative, again, that we've heard about this morning, and this initiative is really close to my heart. And let me tell you why. AFAWA has the power to transform access to finance for women-owned and women-led businesses across Africa. I would like to take a few minutes to show you why AFAWA is more than just another financial inclusion initiative. I believe it's a movement for systemic, scalable, and lasting change in the financial landscape to the benefit of women entrepreneurs. Let me highlight 5 reasons why AFAWA is truly unique. And first, we'll start with the systemic approach. AFAWA isn't just about unlocking finance for women SMEs. We focus on the entire ecosystem through our Guarantee for Growth program that is being implemented by the African Guarantee Fund, and by leveraging the African Bank financial instruments. We not only provide access to finance, but we address the challenges women entrepreneurs face, from capacity building to creating a more inclusive business environment. Just yesterday, and we heard about it earlier this morning, we signed a groundbreaking transaction with ABSA, combining a social bond and sustainability-linked loan to unlock affordable housing for women and financing for women SMEs. This innovation will empower 6,000 women-owned and led businesses right here in South Africa. This is the first transaction of its kind, and we very much look forward to replicating such transactions with other partners, but also in different countries. So let's go to Rwanda. Working with Access Bank, we redefined their women's banking value proposition, creating tailored loans, savings, and insurance products. For instance, women entrepreneurs who are expecting have a grace period during their pregnancy. With the new loan product, women entrepreneurs no longer have to choose between building a family or building a business. But it wasn't just about products. We created spaces where women can network, learn, and connect to grow again their business. Second point on AFAWA, the transformation through the co-creation with our partners. At AFAWA, we believe in co-creating tailored solutions that institutions actually own. It's not just about ticking boxes. It's about embedding change within the DNA of financial institutions. Yes, it takes time, but sustainable and lasting change actually takes time. Third is around scalability. We need to find ways to bring change at scale. For that, Our technical assistance to financial institutions will be key. This leads to my next point, which is around innovation. Financial institutions must innovate to stay relevant, and those that don't will soon be left behind. We need to push boundaries by tapping into untapped markets and structure innovative products and services. Going back to the transformative transaction with ABSA, using blended resources to deepen the capital market has been an opportunity to mobilize alternative funding for women entrepreneurs, the lifeblood of our African economies. And finally, last but not least, is around knowledge and data. The knowledge is actually power. Through our partner financial institutions, we gather critical data on women entrepreneurs across 43 countries to date. We continuously get insights from our partners into what works best for women or how financial products can be tailored to different business sizes and sectors. At AFAWA, we don't believe in one-size-fits-all solutions or approach, and we talked about it this morning. Every engagement we start actually starts with understanding women's unique needs, whether it's a woman running a small shop in a rural town or leading a growing enterprise in the city. Each one deserves access to the right financial tools. So to conclude, we are not just solving an access to finance problem. We are creating opportunities. Opportunities for financial institutions to lead, for economies to grow, and for women to thrive. So with this, I will pass it over to Nishdeep Sethi, with the Group Director of Structured Finance and Products, to present the AFAWA Guarantee for Growth program implemented by the African Guarantee Fund. Nishdeep, over to you.
Thank you so much, Melissa. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank everyone for being here. It is my great honor and privilege to be speaking to you all today at the 8th edition of the AFAWA Finance Series here in Johannesburg. Like Melissa, the AFAWA program is extremely close to our hearts. We have been working on this initiative for many years. And as you heard this morning, even before we came into the picture, there was still a lot of discussions and work that has gone into this program. So very proud to be here and address you this morning. So as Melissa said, I would like to take a few minutes to talk about the Guarantee for Growth program, which is one of the pillars on the overall AFAWA program, and it's being implemented by the African Guarantee Fund, AGF. And you heard a lot of speakers this morning talking about the AFAWA program, what we are aiming to solve, and also the challenges that women face, and how important women entrepreneurs are to the economic development of all African countries, including South Africa. So, what are we really discussing here is the access to finance for women entrepreneurs. The Guarantee for Growth, the G4G program, plays a very critical role in this initiative. Its unique design offers targeted incentives to financial institutions to lend to women-owned and led businesses. One of the standout features of the Guarantee for Growth is the additional risk coverage that we provide under the guarantee of up to 75% as opposed to 50% for other SMEs. This is a notably significant difference, and it encourages financial institutions to lend further to women SMEs. The higher coverage directly reduces the perceived risk for banks and financial institutions, encouraging them to have a targeted approach when addressing women segment. But the Guarantee for Growth does not stop at risk coverage. It also provides pricing discounts to further incentivize financial institutions to actively prioritize lending to women. This financial incentive is designed to encourage banks to adopt this targeted approach, ensuring they recognize the profitability and growth potential within women-owned businesses, By making it more attractive and less risky to lend to women SMEs, the Guarantee for Growth directly addresses one of the key challenges, which is the access to finance that has held back so many promising women-led businesses. Moreover, at AGF, we also understand that finance alone is not enough. As Melissa says, in the AFAWA program, there is an element of capacity development, of technical assistance, which AGF also plays a role in. The African Guarantee Fund, through AFAWA, offers comprehensive capacity development services, which include training for both financial institutions and the women entrepreneurs that they serve. This addresses critical challenges such as the skills gap and many women entrepreneurs face, which can be one of the major barriers to accessing and effectively utilizing finance. By improving financial literacy, business management skills, and understanding formal lending processes, the program ensures that the women SMEs are not only equipped to secure financing, but also sustainably grow their businesses. On the side of the financial institution, the capacity development programs help them to better understand the unique needs of the women entrepreneurs, enabling them to design products and services that are more tailored to this market segment. So for financial institutions in South Africa, participating in the Guarantee for Growth program presents a significant opportunity to drive economic growth. With 75% risk coverage and pricing discounts, the program makes it not only feasible but attractive to lend to women SMEs. The women-led and owned businesses represent a largely untapped market, one that has demonstrated resilience, profitability, and a strong commitment to reinvesting in communities. By bridging the financing gap, financial institutions will not only help build a more inclusive economy, but also contribute to sustainable development. So, in conclusion, it's imperative that that financial institutions in South Africa sign on to this program that reduces risk, incentivizes lending, and offers capacity development to ensure long-term success. Just to give you a bit of an idea, so far we have about 189 financial institutions across Africa, around 39 countries, that have already signed up for the Guarantee for Growth, and we've been able to, through the Guarantee for Growth, unlock access to finance for over 8,000 women. So we're on a very strong trajectory, and with the support from South Africa as one of the strong markets, I think we will be able to even surpass the targets that we have set for ourselves. So thank you very much, and once again, thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Ms. Baskuru and Seti, for giving us insight into your work at the AfDB and the African Guarantee Fund on the AFAWA program. Really appreciate that. Let's now get insights into the macroeconomic landscape in South Africa and its implications for gender finance. Dr. Edward Senoga, the lead economist in the Country Economist Department in Southern Africa Regional Office at the African Development Bank, is going to do that for us.
Good morning once again. I've always been told that when you ride on the existing protocol, you do well. So all protocols are after. So I'll speak to you about three messages of the African Development Bank. We like the number 5. I'm sure you've heard of the high 5. So 5 key messages that I'll share with you. So starting with the big picture, as we all know, with a GDP of $400 billion and counting, South Africa is among the 3 largest economies across the continent, the others being Nigeria and Egypt, and also the largest in Southern Africa. Zeroing down on the financial sector, which is key to the conversations this morning, and we'll hear a little more about that in the upcoming panels. The financial sector, this includes financial intermediation, insurance, real estate businesses, and other things, accounts for almost 20% of GDP. and about 17% of formal employment. What we've seen is that the sector is highly developed, well-regulated, stable, and has weathered several shocks, including COVID-19 more recently, and so many years ago, 16 or so years ago, the global financial crisis in 2008 and 2009. One key concern is that women, okay, we've had a lot of stats about women. Women account for only about 41% of those employed in the financial sector. Of course, there's more room to grow there. So overall, high-quality services which are underpinned by inclusive access to and use of financial services are important for inclusive growth that benefits everyone. And this will have positive spillovers not only within South Africa, but also the broader Southern Africa region. So the first key message, looking at the growth trends, growth in South Africa, as we've all seen and observed, has been slow and has not benefited everyone. There's high inequality, income inequality across age, gender, geography, okay, over the past decades. And this is primarily due to gaps in infrastructure, weaknesses or shortfalls in capacity utilization, and of course the global and regional shocks that we've spoken about. The most recent 4 years, we've seen growth averaging about 2% per annum. And as you will recall, there's a lot of work that has been done that confirms that for an economy to transform and create opportunities for the bulk of its people and move societies from middle income, where South Africa currently is, to higher income, and create all those benefits that we all aspire about, an economy has to be growing at about 7 to 10% over a long period of time. For South Africa, that has been about 2%, so there's a lot of work to be done. And again, this is due to structural rigidities, inefficiencies in the provision of public services, and the global shocks that we've spoken about. In 2020, of course, this was due to COVID-19. Growth contracted by 6.3%. Okay, that's granted, COVID-19, pandemic. And then following that, there was a recovery in 2021. Growth picked up to a little under 5% in 2021, but that was very short-lived. Immediately after, in 2022, growth slowed to 1.9%, and last year it reduced further to 0.6%. So we need to be looking at, okay, how can we get the economy growing again? Because when that happens, we create opportunities for everyone, including women. Okay? What has been driving growth over the past few years? The financial sector, and this includes financial services, has been a key contributor to growth on the supply side. On the demand side, it has been investment, principally private sector investment. Looking at industry, where the high-quality jobs are created, you look at those chains and looping in everyone, the inclusive growth that we've been talking about, the share of GDP in the national pie, rather the share of industry in the national pie, what we call GDP, this has slowed down from 35.6% in 1990 to about 25% in 2022. So that's a marked slowdown, okay, about 10 percentage points. And this is, when you trace this backwards, this is attributed in particular to the slowdown in the manufacturing sector. The manufacturing sector's share of GDP has reduced from about 24% in 1990 to only about 12% in 2022. So again, the causes are the infrastructure challenges, weaknesses in the provision of public services and social public services, yes, and the shocks that have been experienced. So that's on the growth side. Second message is on the monetary policy side, fiscal side, which is very important because we've been talking about access to credit. So this is very important when we talk about the policies that engender that. Between 2020 and 2023, inflation has fluctuated between a low of 3.3% in 2020 to a high of about 7% in 2022. And this has been due to multiple shocks, supply chain disruptions, and higher global oil prices. The Reserve Bank has been at the top of its game, trying to rein in the inflationary pressures, but of course allowing space for the economy to grow. And they've done this by adjusting the central bank repo rate sustainably since 2020 due to inflation, to contain inflationary pressures, but we just had last month the repo rate was reduced by 25 basis points. Again, the Reserve Bank is keen on resuscitating, rejuvenating the economy. Again, we're talking to industry champions, business people. When the central bank reduces its lending rate, it becomes cheaper for everyone to borrow. That's the bottom line. And of course, the central bank is keeping an eye on inflation and to make sure that they adjust their policy instrument in tandem to contain the inflationary pressures or to support economic recovery and reduce the cost for businesses to borrow. The third message relates to fiscal policy, how government collects revenues and spends those to support households, to support businesses, and everybody else operating in the economy. The fiscal deficit, the difference between what government collects in terms of public revenues and the financing that it gets in, and what it spends on, that increased from a little under 5% in 2022 to about 5.1% last year. And it's estimated to stabilize around 5% this year and going forward. And the pickup in the fiscal deficit is attributed to the increase in public expenditure during 2023, 2022, and 2024. On mobilizing the taxes to finance what government spends on, South Africa has been doing very well. The tax to GDP ratio in South Africa has averaged about 24% during 2021 and 2024, and this is well above the average for Africa, which is about 15%. So that is a testament to the efficiency of the South African revenue services in terms of collecting revenues. Of course, there's more room a lot more work that needs to be done in terms of making it easier to pay taxes, to collect taxes, and for business people like yourselves and other champions to pay their taxes. On the debt side, debt is estimated at about 74% of GDP currently, and South Africa is in a fairly good spot compared to other countries across the continent because of the composition of its debt. Only of that 74% of GDP, only 10% of GDP is external debt. So South Africa is cushioned from fluctuations in the exchange rate. The bulk of it is domestic debt. And even for the domestic debt, it's longer-term debt. So that gives flexibility in terms of financing this debt. So that's on the debt side. So things are not looking so bad. But of course, we need to continue to be mindful to watch improved public investment management. That's very important so that we can increase the return on our investment and expand the capacity to finance this debt when it becomes due. Number 4, very briefly, is on financial access, and this I'll not spend a lot of time on this because we've had a lot of testimonies on this. On average, in South Africa, 87% of the adult population have a bank account, which is good news. Okay, but we'll look at some of the details. And most of the major commercial banks have units for SMEs, but the challenge is that only a small percentage of their portfolios go to SMEs. There's a financial inclusion strategy that was developed 2023 last year. It notes that financial needs of the low-income earners, and this is where we need to pay a lot of attention in terms of what we need to do differently collectively. The financial needs of the low-income earners, who unfortunately include women and youth, are not adequately met. So the panels that will follow, I think we'll break this down on what we could do differently. Again, we heard from Madame Geraldine on what we need to do differently to make the required changes. And the reasons are fairly straightforward, like we've had since morning. Women-led and women-owned SMEs usually will struggle to obtain credit from formal financial institutions. Because of the stringent requirements, the credit history, they usually will not have that, cultural biases, collateral, which usually they will struggle with. So we need to be looking at instruments that can overcome some of that, and we look forward to the upcoming panels on how we could respond to some of those challenges. And now, very quickly, how do we get there from here? A few thoughts, I'll throw them out there, and the panels, I think, will unpack some of these. I think we've had repeatedly this morning, it's important to look beyond having a bank account, but we need to be looking at offering a wide range of financial services that cater for different interest groups, demographics, gender, etc. etc. The stats indicate that only 88% of small business owners have access to credit from formal services, and women-led and women-owned small and medium enterprises are disproportionately disadvantaged by some of this. So to expand financial inclusion, and that's the fifth message, I think we need to, all hands on deck. Everyone needs to be doing what it takes from the whole of government approach. That's why we started with the policies, the monetary fiscal policies. Those have to be designed in such a way that they facilitate improvements in access to financial services. Technical support. I was talking to a few colleagues, and usually the challenge is not absence of resources. It's not absence of capital. Of course, we know there's that big 49 billion financing gap for women in Africa, but there's a lot more resources that can breach that. Usually the challenge is that we need to support the women, we need to support the young people, we need to support the underserved categories in terms of access to financial services to develop bankable projects, bankable interventions that can be financed. So the role of business development services is critical. AFAWA, of course, is doing a lot, as we've had. The AFAWA Guarantee Fund, risk-sharing instruments, I think those should continue. There is a big opportunity coming up. South Africa is going to assume the G20 presidency starting in January next year. So this is an opportunity for South Africa to champion Africa's voice in terms of reforming the global financial architecture to ensure that it delivers better for Africa, working on things like liquidity, solvency issues around debt, to expand the fiscal space for governments, to create that space for everyone, including women, to benefit from what is happening in our economies. So we look forward as the African Development Bank, working with South Africa and other countries, the African Union, to support South Africa, to pitch Africa's voice at that continental stage and the global stage, more importantly, to support some of these initiatives. Of course, we've heard about the IT tools, pursuing the 50 million women speak. I think those are good initiatives that we will continue to support. The credit rating tools to ensure that everyone is not bundled in the same basket, right? The good creditors get lower interest rate. That makes it better for everyone. So I'll stop there for now, and thanks for your kind attention.
I think we need to watch the floor there. Dr. Sinova, thank you so much for your presentation, which was succinct. I appreciate that, and setting out a path of action, as well as your plans as AfDB. Our final speaker for this part of the program is Ms. Bhavani Naidu. She's going to offer us from Genesis Analytics, rather. Ms. Naidu will offer insights into data-driven approaches to understanding and addressing the gender financing gap. Okay. All right. Okay, so what's going to happen now is our panel discussion. We're going to have that intervention from Ms. Naidu tomorrow. Please may I ask our panelists to start getting ready to make their way to the stage, because we know we've had a comprehensive overview, we've had very good scene setting, and we've been speaking about women entrepreneurs. It's time to hear from women entrepreneurs. Our first panel is a fireside chat with women-owned SMEs. These inspiring women will share their experiences, challenges, and triumphs in running SMEs in South Africa. On our panel is Koko Kuja from the Gracia Machel Trust, Matawana Moleleki of Precise Investments, Jikunele Mutseki from Sidon Trading Limited, I can ask you to make your way to the stage, and Michelle Lingham, who's from the Solar Power Cafe. All right, I'll be facilitating that panel discussion, and then a little bit later on, we're going to have another facilitator for the second one. Sit anywhere. You can sit anywhere.
Okay.
Okay, I'll go closer. Can I just say it's so nice to have a panel full of women, because what normally happens, or what often happens, is we'll have a manel and there'll be one solitary lady there. So it's stunning to have this. Kuku, perhaps I'll start with you. You are at the Gracia Machel Trust. You prioritize women's economic empowerment and social advancement. Just give us insight into the work that you do and the landscape for African women currently.
So,
I think I'm going to move, actually.
Our assumption at the Gracia Machel Trust, thank you, first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity. I think our relationship with the AfDB and AFAWA initiative was really underscored by Madam Fraser Moleketsi, because that meeting in that room in 2014 was our New Faces, New Voices network.
Mm-hmm.
So in talking to this question that you've just asked, Gracia Machel Trust has really started, we started with the idea that women are undervalued, underestimated, and I think underappreciated on the continent. So what we wanted to do was, how do we organize women as collectives so that they can be seen in the numbers? And also because when they're seen in the numbers and when they work as a collective, I think they're able to get more recognition for what they need to be able to get economic and social advancement. So that is really one of the... Is that okay?
Please continue.
Okay. So that is one area that we really started building movement, right, of women in finance. And the New Faces, New Voices is one of our big ones, because it started in 2009 when the financial crisis hit. And Madam Michelle decided that it was important to get women to really understand why we're in the situation that we're in and what they can do becoming decision makers in issues like financial inclusion.
Yeah.
So that's where we started. We also really look at accelerating women's economic advancement through the entrepreneurship program, really, where we have set a goal with this initiative called Women Creating Wealth to reach 10,000 women who create $1 billion and 200,000 jobs in the next 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
We are setting these goals because we believe it changes the way women see themselves and think about themselves in business. We're also setting up a Gender Lens Investment Fund. Actually, that conversation was also part of how do we set up a Gender Lens Investment Fund, because I think having done advocacy, women's financial inclusion advocacy for many years, we decided it was important to get closer to the issue, put our money where our mouth is. Yes, let's start the entrepreneurship program so that it becomes evidence-based programming for us to understand what is working and what is not working. So we're understanding that landscape of women entrepreneurship through this Women Creating Wealth program, but also setting up the Gender Lens Fund helps us see how we can start design alternative credit assessments, for instance. So we've got an alternative credit assessment tool that we're also going to use to say, how do we work with the pipeline of women entrepreneurs? Firstly, because their pipeline, we would know something about their business history, their reliability, how they work in the program, and then all the other tools that we will use to be able to say how we will be able to fund them. Of course, we're looking at impactful businesses with a gender lens in it. Then, of course, we're building an adolescent movement, because we believe the younger generation of women must be sensitized much earlier so that we're not having to do what we're doing now. They come in feeling assertive, feeling like leaders, and also really having their voices and faces seen.
But one of Coco's raising the issue of younger women coming in, being conscientized. That's something that you focus on at Precise Investments, training younger people, your multi-hyphenate finance professional. So if a younger person is watching, what would you say to them about how you got there, and then also the importance of that training?
Thank you for this opportunity. Look, we've had an opportunity indeed to work with a number of young people, and this through learning institutions, through their WIL programs and our internship programs, and we have also our CSI project called LEO. It's an organization, NPO, that we finance through Precise Investments that actually would facilitate training camps for young girls in particular, where they would be trained in finance in other sectors that they are studying towards with their learning institutions. And we've had to work with financing industries or finance sector or finance institutions to also finance the ideas that they have when it comes to business. Of course, they're very ambitious, they're young, and they are obviously exposed to quite a lot of opportunities. I mean, especially South African young girls, there's a lot of opportunities. But one of the things that we take them through is our mentorship program within Precise Investments, which is something that I did for myself. I mean, when I started business 19 years ago, the first step that I did and the biggest investment I had to make for myself was to find a coach, find a mentor. You know, take care of the basics first. Get somebody who will understand your vision, who will understand who you are, you know, cover the basics, and somebody who will be your advocate as well. Somebody who can mentor you to a point where they can say, I know and I can vouch for Matawana. So when I started business, I started as an accountant, right? I'm an accountant. But I've had to listen to my mentor who says, but Matawana, in 10 years to come, will you still want to be an accountant? So I had to do a lot of background check, a lot of self-introspection, a lot of research about the accounting, you know, industry. Will I still be enjoying accounting in 5 years? And it happened that after 5 years, I was bored. So I had to reinvent myself and think even bigger. So what I did for myself is exactly what I tell to the young ones, that you need to anticipate the industry that you want to go to. Do a thorough research. Find out if you are passionate about this, or you're doing this because your friend likes it, or if you're doing this because this is what you have studied. I studied accounting. I'm an accountant, but will accounting or accounting firms still be relevant in 10 years? I had to ask myself those. I mean, last year with our professional body, we had a conference where we had to discuss the impact of AI accountant and how accountants will definitely be extinct. We will no longer need accountants because AI can be your accountant. Only my credentials can now work because AI can create your financial statements. My credentials come in at your side. So I've had to think beyond an accounting firm. Hence, I decided I can transform Precise Investment into a consulting firm, something that does not just focus on what I'm good at, but find my passion around that. And part of my passion included me mentoring, because I've seen what mentoring did for me. Okay. So what we tell young people is invest in mentors. And investing in mentors does not just mean financial investment. Invest your time. We find that young women in particular do not really want to give their time to learn from those who've been in the industries. So they feel like they want to make quick money. I know the space, I know Word, I know Microsoft Office, so I can just sit in it, just give me 10,000, as a salary. But we tell them, invest in finding a coach and a mentor who can advocate for you once you are fully equipped.
Tukunelo, if Matawana is speaking about transformation, I know that your journey started as a smallholder producer of eggs and someone wanting to commercialize. Can you take us through that journey and maybe the challenges and opportunities there?
When the phrase says it takes the whole village to raise a child, they're talking about me. Because if I always tell people, if I hope I knew about Grasa Marshall Women Creating Wealth before I started the business, because I could have been far. Because each and every aspect of my life, a lot of it I learned in the program. The support that is there. I've learned about emotional intelligence. I was like, I was getting bored easily. I couldn't tell somebody to do something and they can't do it, and I find myself shouting at them. I learn about those things, how to control your emotions, how to work with people, how to control your finances through the program. So I started as working in a construction company, and then, like she was saying now, she got bored at some point. And then I started my company as a construction company. Later on, I realized that I'm not winning. I'm not getting anything right. So what is it that I must do? That's when I joined the program in 2020. I learned about how to do things right. You can imagine from 2012, no growth up until 2020. You don't see anything, any improvement of some kind. As I'm speaking to you today, I'm a commercial farmer. I'm harvesting 41,000 dozens of eggs per month.
Wow. Wow.
So it shows how important it is to have people around you who will support you, people around you who will guide you. We find ourselves in a space sometimes when we get appointed mentors. Like the last funding that I got from SIFA, I was working with my mentor, Ellen Falk. We were sitting down, starting everything afresh, restructuring my business to say, where are your financials? Your CIPC documents, are they right? Because compliance is very important. Who can, just imagine with yourself, can you give somebody money not knowing that you're going to return it? It makes sense that they will want you to have all those documents. They will want to know that, have you paid the previous people that you've been owing money to? It's only fair. There are red tapes, I would believe so, in terms of how long does it take? Because, for example, I'm in agriculture. If I made an application and only after 3 months or 6 months, then I get approved. The breeders cannot wait for me for that long to help me with the chickens, you understand? So there are those nitty-gritties, but once you have support, you are able to work around those.
Okay.
Yes.
Michelle, when we're speaking about support at Solar Power Cafe, you provide renewable energy solutions and also focus on a sustainable future. Just take us through the kind of support that you've gotten or sought from both the private sector and the public sector, and what that journey is like.
Okay, so I started the Solar Power Cafe in 2017 when I saw a need in my father's business, which was an engineering business, with regard to educating clients firstly on renewable energy solutions. Before my time in the solar industry and in engineering, I was an entrepreneur, and I did not get any funding. I was not on any program. So at the time of me starting, probably as a 21-year-old in imports and exports, everything I've learned up until now, I learned on the ground. So the funding journey for me has been via my projects. It has always been through sales of products. And basically 2 years ago, I was on a Women in Engineering program with Cecil, which was very technically focused. That's got a lot to do with safety, environmental, and ISO alignment for the industry. But in terms of funding, I've always received funding from my projects. And I'm very happy to be in this room today to meet with people that are actually able to help me move forward, because surviving in a business is one thing, but thriving is another. And I'm at that stage now where I'd really like to move to the next step and permanently employ the people that I work with on a contract basis at the moment.
I'd like to open up the floor for questions briefly. We don't have that much time, and I'd like us to get as much interaction as possible. So if you have a question or a comment for any specific panelist here, please may I ask that you raise your hand, and a roving mic will come to you just so that we can interact Any questions about their journeys or anything else? I'm just checking if there's any questions on the floor because I can talk for hours. But I want to make sure that everyone in the room gets that opportunity as well. So there's a hand here. The lady in the 4th row with a black jacket on. Please make sure you get a roving mic. Or if you can project, you can just start. And then at the back there with a red top. The ladies in the 4th row there, yeah, with the green braids, if you want to hide. There you go. And then there's a lady at the back with a red top on who's our next. Please may I ask that you let us know who you are, where you're from, and can I ask that the questions are quite succinct, not long comments, just so we continue a quick flow.
Can you?
No. Try, we'll find you on the way.
Okay, my question is what additional support or resources would you like to see from financial institutions and government bodies to better enable women SMEs to access finance? And how important is mentorship and networking in helping women entrepreneurs? And
no, so I think, Dombinzo, we can stop at the first question. Is it directed at anyone specific?
All of them.
Okay, who would like to take that question? One person, so we keep it dynamic. What was the question again?
Can you repeat the question? She's got finance, why don't you do
the first? If you can repeat, maybe the question.
Can you repeat your question, please?
The first question.
You see, 9/11.
She had already been.
Do you know how many it is?
Just go.
I've done school lunch. I'm like, I worked. You see, when I went outside,
okay. Okay. Did you understand the question? Did you hear the question?
I think I get that. So, what additional support do we, look forward to from the private and public sector? So, one of the things that in my line of work, as I work with SMEs, that I've encountered as a stumbling block is. Let's not talk about the stumbling block first. Let's talk about the initiative from the private sector called ESDs in particular. And I'm happy that the next panel is inclusive of the ESDs from different financial institutions. So I work with different SMEs from Precise and in different sectors and different needs. And most of them, in fact, one of our corporate clients has handed over their ESD to Precise to assist with the issues that Austikonele mentioned of compliance. So the institution says, Precise, can you take this number of SMEs and make sure that they are compliant so that they can better participate in the opportunities that we have? Because it has been identified that a lot of SMEs struggle with, one, the cost of compliance, but also they also don't understand the compliance part of it. So once we have assisted the SMEs to be compliant, they are in a position to participate when there are opportunities from the particular corporate. But then the blockage comes when the leaders, the implementers of, you see, South Africa is beautiful, has beautiful policies, and there are great opportunities when it comes to women. But the implementers of policies and implementers of these programs somehow become a challenge for SMEs to even thrive, because it's either they are not knowledgeable about entrepreneurship, and two, they probably do not understand the challenges that SMEs in particular go to. So we need corporates or the private sector to ensure that leaders within the ESDs are knowledgeable and have enough passion to actually understand the challenges that SMEs are, and so that they can come up with the solutions that best fit their businesses.
We have a question at the back, the lady in the red. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Penny Sargoma. I'm a development economist. I chair the board of Oxfam South Africa. My question is, what type of unconscious biasness that women that you've been working with have been confronted with?
Okay.
Second one, commercial trust. I'm just keen to hear what's the success rate, because I know that you're doing great work. Thank you.
Yeah. Coco, maybe I'll ask you to take both of them.
Yeah.
So we.
Yeah.
I think really, I was an entrepreneur for 15 years. So when I had the opportunity to create a program like Women Creating Wealth, it really was about an archetype of a woman like me who grew up in a home that was business. My mother was a trader. She put us all through education with a small petty trading, and that is where I am today. But I think that the one thing I realized is that we didn't have a mindset to grow the businesses. So, and it's actually, they say, if you can't see her, you can't be her. Maybe many of our immediate businesses look small. So when we start out, that's how we think. It takes a lot to shift that. I think the most amazing opportunity we have right now, and across the continent, is there's so many capacity building initiatives to support women to scale businesses. I have to say there are differentiators of this. For me, starting a program like Women Creating, we had to start with mindset, because we know that is where transformation starts. So we start with personal mastery and leadership. Leadership is a very big part of our intervention. She talked about emotional intelligence and all that stuff that goes with it. But also there's something about setting audacious goals, right? That is why we've got this audacious goal of creating a pipeline inspiring 10,000 women who create $1 billion and 200,000 jobs in the next 4 years. Now, if you're on the program, that's the challenge. Let's go. So everybody who comes on board knows that we're not here for small business. If that stage in your business is that you can't do big business, that's okay. Because women have different priorities at different stages of their lives. So let's start. We want to identify those who certainly are ready to go. 2 years in business, doing a turnover minimum of $10,000 up to $500,000. But we really are seeing that. So to your point, we can say that right now, with this 10,000 creating $1 billion, we believe 20% of them are now reaching businesses that are creating $500,000 and will beat that target in 4 years, even before the 4 years. So we know even with 20% success, we will still get that $1 billion and create an African unicorn with 10,000 women, right? Because Africa has only 7 unicorns globally, and there's 1,700 unicorns. What's a unicorn? I learned recently is a billionaire in dollars. So if we can create with this program, 10,000 women, a movement of women who create $1 billion and 200, always we must create jobs. Really, really important to us, and especially jobs for youth. Okay. So that is where there's quite a few of these women. We're creating the movement, and honestly, it's a challenge. The challenge is on, and we believe that most of them are up for it, because we start with the mindset and we equip you with the tools, investor readiness, and I really want to thank the African Development Bank AFAWA Initiative, where 18 months ago, we partnered with you on the Women Enablers Project, and with a grant of $250,000. We've managed to 10x that. We've raised $2.5 million for this cohort of women who were in the program, right? So we now know how we can translate that money through technical assistance. She had been in 2020 already. She started the earlier capacity building, mindset transformation, all that stuff, skills development. 2022, 23. Yes, she came back for the investor readiness program. And now, because her business was ready, she could make a business case, she's more compliant, she was able to start raising money, and I believe she'll raise more money. So AFAWA, we really, really are building that pipeline of transformed businesses and mindsets, etc., because we have that shared goal to really make sure that we get more women attracting finance into their business for growth, because we know that's the only way they can grow significantly. As you said, you can coast like this, but without injection of finance, your business stays like that. I learned firsthand, being in business for 15 years, until something changed. Thank you.
I'm just checking if there's any more questions from the floor before we continue the panel. There's the hand there and next to the camera person.
Hi, everyone. Sure. My name is Phumzile Liduma. I am from a company called Makamisa Foods. I was really privileged to share stage with Coco at the IDC. I was a member of AWIF with Miss Irene over here, and that taught me quite a lot. It taught me to know my business intimately and make sure that, by the way, we manufacture sauces and other condiments. I was, we call it an archer that went to a private school. It's a relish, and we make sauces as well. So, as a female-owned businesses, we had to take very difficult steps we lost a contract with famous brands. We used to do for their Wimpy brands, their steers, you name it, Debonairs, Tenentenda. Now, when they didn't renew our contract last year, we actually struggled quite a bit. And we're now making for Galitos their own sauces. And we have our in-house sauces. So my question is, now we have had to change our strategy somewhat to incorporate, it's like a GNU of business. So there's a white-owned company that approached us, and we need assistance because they can easily swallow us. So we are getting into a JV with them, and we need assistance whereby a big brother or big sister, for that matter, can come in and actually try and make sure that this deal goes swiftly. So I don't know. We've approached. We were financed by the IDC and the DTIC. We have raised a hand to say we need assistance in that. I'm just crying out for help in terms of what anyone here can actually assist us with in terms of putting that together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Look, I think that's also, the panel can answer, but I think that's also a deep dive outside during the break, during lunch, and I think a lot of people have heard you and empathize with you. And congratulations for also getting that far and getting over the challenges. I think that's something to be celebrated as well.
Look, from our side, Precise Investments, part of our offering does include the deal makings and negotiations of contracts and drafting of contracts or interpretation of contracts. So we would also step in to assist on the advisory basis with such deals as well. We'll be happy to assist.
All right, I'm checking for any more questions on the floor, just mindful of time. The mic was supposed to go next to the camera person and then to the lady in the green afterwards. You can just raise your hand again so it comes to you. Thank you.
So first of all, good morning, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Modisa Mokheti and I'm from Precise Investments. First of all, I'd like to extend compliments to all of you ladies for undergoing mentorship and actually succeeding through that. My question is, throughout your mentorship programs that you guys went through, what is that nugget of information or knowledge that you would like to share for other business people in here that is basically general for all industries?
Okay. You'd like to take that?
I think, first of all, when you're sitting down with your mentor, you start by planning. The first question is, what is it that you want? What is it that you want to achieve in the first 3-5 years? And then from there, how do you want to do it? Who are the people that you can connect so that you can get those things that you want? If you have a mentor but you are not engaging with him or her to say, this is me, this is what I want you to help me this way. And this is my knowledge. My knowledge is up to here. These are the things that I know I lack. Now I used to lack a lot in finance. I'm just recently now enjoying and even engaging too much with my accountant, because I'll just leave the receipt and everything with her. But after having a mentor, I learned the importance of understanding even my financial statement. So those are the most critical things for you to just take your heart out to your mentor. Make them understand what is it that you want. And then from there, discuss your goals. And when are you intending to finish? Those people are going to make you accountable. That's the nice thing about, because if you have your own goal and you're sitting there, I can sleep, no. But if you know next month I'm going to be speaking with Ellen, he's going to find out that I didn't do anything about the things that we discussed, then you realize the importance of having a mentor.
Okay. Can I add something quickly to that?
Please do.
So, I've experienced many types of mentorship program. For us in entrepreneurship, I found that it's really important that it's staged. If you don't complete a certain curriculum on our program, we will not move you to a mentor. That includes setting goals, an audacious goal, because when you go to a mentor, it's action-driven. Let's call it coach, technical coach. If you don't have a plan, you waste everybody's time, and it costs money. So we want to make sure that you've got the essence of your business, understanding where you need to go, where you want to go, all those targets set. And then we can say, because when you go to your mentor, you have a plan for them. Because that's what they're receptive to. They're not going to make your plan for you. They go with what you have. So for us, really, we find that it's a stage, it's a process, because we've also taken people from very early stage businesses to mentors, and let me tell you, they didn't even show up. So we know that it's a preparation we need to have in the entrepreneurship space.
I just wanted to quickly mention from my side, I've pivoted my business completely. So when we were doing solar installations, we focused on small-scale projects. And as of April, I'm now fully B2B. We became an installer for EPSA, and this photo that I used here was a 75-kilowatt project that we commissioned in Langebaan in August. And sometimes what comes out of the mentorship is actually that you're going to shift the focus of your business. But it's because you're also interested in growth, and you need to decide, are you going to be all things to everyone? When you're in B2C and B2B and it's a mixture, you have to sit and refine. Okay, what is profitable? How am I going to grow? And in my case, it was almost a natural decision to say, right now it's time to pivot the business and go B2B.
Mm-hmm. So one of the best lessons I've learned from my mentor years back when I started was when my mentor asked me why I want to go into business, and I dilly-dallied about how passionate I am and how skilled and all these things, and asked me again, why do you want to go into business? Until I stood and looked at his face, and I said, I want to make money. He said, but you have to sound like you want to make money. So this is what I took from there. We tell our mentees, you need to be intentional about making money. You can't be apologetic. If you have decided to go into business, be intentional about making money. This is the challenge we see in particular with women entrepreneurs. They're a bit reserved because we always have that nurturing, feature in us. We want to take care of the family and the community as a whole when we make our first rents. But it's extremely important for women to get the message that the intention to get into business is to make money, make profits. That's where we're going to mentor you to. If you want to run a charity program, register in NP or NPC. We can mentor you through that. But be intentional. Do make that aggressive, because the business world out there is not going to be so sympathetic to you when you are losing money. But you have to intently say, I'm going to make money out there.
Coco, let's just bring it back to the panel before we go back to the floor. One of the approaches of the Grosha Marshall Trust, and I'm going to quote directly here, is advocate for the removal of structural barriers and contribute in structural transformation. And you do that by trying to influence governments and the private sector to be more responsive to the needs of women. Practically, how is this done, and what kind of I know there was a question about success rate. What kind of a success rate are you having?
So we have a whole, Grosha Marshall Trust started with advocacy. We're doing a lot of implementation work because we needed to really create evidence on what it is that we are advocating for. So we have three levels of advocacy. One is with the financial institution. Remember I said we started with really financial inclusion, women's financial inclusion. In there we built a network, the New Faces, New Voices, who really, we have the financial services leaders, they have, and professionals, so they really have a lot of understanding of what the issues are, but they are on this side. They are not sitting as a banker on this side. They are on our side now to tell us, okay, this is what we really know is not working and cannot work, right? So when they come on the other side, it's very different, right? Because they can talk to the people, the supply side, to say, how are we changing this? We did it like this, but how are we changing it? So for instance, In the entrepreneurship program as well, we know that there's stuff that is in women's control, right? Which is my agency, my business, how I dream, how I set my goals, how I learn, and how I continuously learn. And then there's stuff that is not in my control. So things like in Zambia, we know that the financial access to finance is a challenge. So we would partner with like a women business association, right? Who are actually part of our networks as well. Because we work with federations for the same reason, that they are there really representing the voice of women. A lot of the time they need visibility. They also need support in really driving advocacy agenda. So one of the agendas they had was something around the movable asset registry, right? There's a provision in government to say we've now found that if women are not able to give provide guarantees, there's something called, government has created this removable asset registry, where if you have, you can basically register your movable asset, and the bank must be able to loan you money based on that. But a lot of women didn't know about that. So one of the things we do in advocacy is, can we actually just promote that idea and then set up some kind of convening where decision makers come together to really help us understand how that can be changed. So it's a slow process, but we are certainly tackling it by identifying what are the main pain points. There are solutions, but sometimes it's not implemented. So advocacy is one of the ways that we're able to share the information, get women to become more aware, but also sit with decision makers to say, can we change maybe the implementation of whatever it is that we've provided this way and that way.
We have a few minutes left for the panel discussion. I saw a hand up there. Can we take a last hand from the floor? We'll wrap up on here so that we make sure that the program continues to be on time. The mic, please, the lady standing up with the... Yeah, okay.
Thank you. My name is Viwa Tini, and I'm intentional about making money. Do extend me grace. My question is really reverberant of what has been happening throughout the day. It's just this is the opportunity, the first time one has had an opportunity to ask a question. I am aware that there's about 250 million USD that's in South Africa that speaks to sustainable finance, and a lot of those funds are given to the banks. I am currently the CEO of Vunani Securities. I am also the founder and CEO of Sunday Capital. And what that business is in sustainable finance. Now, what I would like to understand from this room, and I question it that way because I understand that there's a specific topic at play and that the room is carrying probably a lot of the answers, including the people on the stage. My question becomes, how do you empower women such as myself who have done the groundwork in as far as empowering themselves to be entrepreneurs and are ready to take the leap and understand how to navigate the gap between the needy and the haves that are happy to walk that journey but want to play in the sustainable finance gap and that are not banks? How do you fund those and how do you empower those?
Thank you. What was the question? Yeah. Yes, the last is, yeah.
So how do you empower and fund the women who are ready to take the entrepreneurial leap, however, that are not banks, because as it stands, very much of their attention on where those funds go, they go to banks.
I think the second panel might also help you. I'm not sure.
Can I maybe quickly attempt that part before that question? So what we do and what we try to master at Precise is to partner with financial institutions like your banks and other funding, institutions, your leaders, your business partners, to advocate for our SMEs that, also include women entrepreneurs. So what we do with one of our clients is that we facilitate and are fund managers for their fund. So they've got a fund that is so
out the people who've been asking those questions that I think would be almost disrespectful to try and make them into a 1 minute answer. Please, we have the last question there?
Good afternoon. I am Sipesi Shendaba, the proud founder of Makiaba Wellness, and we're actually mentioned in the opening ceremony. Yes. So my question to you is, firstly, how do you maintain relationships with mentors in ways that are very organic and don't seem extractive? And secondly, is there anything that we have in place that helps with wellness for entrepreneurs? Because we work hard and we live to serve other people. So is there anything that is in place that helps us take care of ourselves so that we can show up better? Thank you.
All right. And I'd like to now, I'm going to be very strict with time, which I don't like doing because it makes me seem bossy, but can we have 1 minute answers going forward? Or less.
Can I tackle maybe the last one?
Yes.
Wellness for entrepreneurs. I think really it starts with that part, the beginning of it, personal mastery and leadership. It's everything to do with you and your wellness. Because if you're not a well-functioning human being, and particularly as an entrepreneur, you cannot reach that goal. And so taking care, I mean, that's part of the tools that we give the entrepreneurs in the program. We also find that women have a particular knack for conversation, right? Because that's where a lot of the matter of the heart comes out. So we create those platforms where we can talk until we are completely empty. And that is wellness in itself, right? And so we create those spaces for women to be able to do that. I mean, of course, we also have a lot of wellness specialists on the program, so they also give us a lot of pep talks about it in the business community that we're building. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, that's right. We are at the end of our panel. I would like to ask our panelists, beginning with you, Digonelo, please, to wrap up in 30 seconds or less the one lesson that they'd like to leave our audience with before we take a short break and come back to our next panel.
What I've learned the hard way myself as an entrepreneur is nothing comes sitting. You cannot just dream and don't implement. So there must be an action for everything that you want to do.
I love that, and it's like 10 seconds, not even 30. Thank you. Michelle?
From my side, I would say be intentional about making a difference and know why you're getting up in the morning. The mental health and physical health of entrepreneurs is often not discussed because it's our culture in South Africa to just say you're pushing through, you're working hard. But as I sit here, I probably represent about 40 women in the mining and engineering space, especially in renewables. And you'll find a lot of friends that actually come from there. So your network is not only good for business, but also where you'll find your friends.
So women entrepreneurship development requires the 3 operations, as Jules mentioned, right? The self, the capacity building is really important. The access to finance, investor readiness is really important. And of course, you need to do advocacy on areas that women have no individual control over. Thank you
very much.
Okay. Lastly, be a part, as part of your wellness, program, be a part of a group of women who share similar, ambitions like you. If there are women groups, women entrepreneur groups, be part of that. 2, take care of the basics. Make sure your business is registered, your business has the statutory documents, make sure your tax PIN or taxes are in order, because it's not like, the markets are going to exempt you just because you're a woman out there. If one of the requirements is that your taxes should be in order, it should be that. If you are in construction, you need to possess a CIDB level 9 for that project. You need to do that. It's not like they're going to exempt you because you're a woman. Take care of the basics, but after all, be intentional about that money. Make money.
Thank you very much to our panelists. A round of applause, please, for them. All right, it's now 1:45. We're going to take a 5-minute comfort break. Can I please ask that we be back in the room at 1:50 for our second panel, which is going to be Bridging the Gender Financing Gap. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you.
Please can I ask the second panel, while the comfort break is happening, to make their way to the stage and start getting ready for the panel discussion. Thank you. They're going to get mic'd up with you? Okay.
Oh, you wore red socks.
Hey, Paul is my name. Kumar and Kumar. Hi, Paul. Thank you very much. I'm going to be your boss. I'm from African You have to balance the board. Nice to meet you. Yeah, exactly.
Hello? Hello?
A very good afternoon once again. Please may I ask that we make our way to our seats, settle in and close the door for the second program, which will be bridging the gender finance gap. If I can ask that we make our way to our seats and be quiet. Another moderator is going to take over, introduce himself for us. to us, actually. All right.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to this session where we are discussing the ways to bridge the financing, the gender financing gap in South Africa. And pleased to have a panel of 5 experts. We want to harness expert information from the experts on how to empower women to access available financing for the development of South Africa and the whole region. I'm going to introduce the panel and then introduce the questions, and we have a discussion. Thank you very much. To start with, we have Kumar Padayachi, Chief Executive Officer, Spartan.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Kanya Mashikwe, Head Customer Value Proposition, SME Business, ABSA Group. Thank you. We have Nalezani Mosomane, Head Enterprise and Supply Development, Standard Bank, South Africa. We have Palesa Mabasa, Head Business Development, SME Funding, First National Bank. Thank you. And finally, but not least, Frank Ajaba, Group Director of Business Development, AFAWA Guarantee Fund. Thank you very much, and welcome to the panel. We have a set of questions, but very important, building on all the discussions we've had since morning. We want to better understand your experiences in financing, key issues and value proposition in providing financial solutions to women enterprises in South Africa, especially the small and medium enterprises. What gaps exist at the financial, institutional level and at the women SME levels that need to be addressed, and how can we address those? So as you answer questions, please bear in mind this is the big issue. Building on everything that has been said, the broad macroeconomics picture of South Africa, how do we move forward? This big enterprise, but with gaps, and yet with big potential to transform the functioning of South Africa's economy. Because we know women make 50%, if not 51% of South Africa's population, but broadly underrepresented in the formal financial sector, in formal enterprises. I'll start with Kanya, ABSA Group. What challenges do financial institutions face in their efforts to avail financing to women SMEs?
Well, good afternoon to everyone in the room, and thank you, Paul, for the question. It is quite a mouthful, and I think listening to the conversation we've already had, we know that there are a number of challenges on both sides, both from the entrepreneur side, but also from the perspective of the banks. I'll start off by saying that proximity is a challenge, right? So if you are not close enough to your clients and understand their needs and understand what it takes to run a business, it becomes very difficult to solution for them in any event. So we take that one level higher, you take it to the representation within credit teams, the representation within investment committees. That would be a challenge which is actively being addressed through various forms of transformation. But to the question that was asked right at the beginning, is it enough? There's definitely always scope to grow. One of the things that is important from ABSA and how we engage with our clients is we've adopted a relationship banking model. Right, so for a banker that actually goes out and visits you at your business and takes the time to understand not only what your challenges are, but how are you thinking about your business? Why did you start the business? What are some of the things that you are interested in, particularly from understanding the gaps? The second one is to make the mistake that it's just about the financing, because the financing is a means to an end. It's not the end in and of itself. An example, if it's a business within manufacturing that requires a CNC machine, the 3 million rand to buy the CNC machine, asset finance, is a means to buying that machine. but that machine is servicing an order which they've received from a client. And so what are the things that are required from a financial services perspective to actually enable that? One of the things would be a quick turnaround time. Because it was mentioned in the discussion earlier that if you've missed the planting season, you've missed the opportunity. If you aren't able to deliver on a purchase order at a particular point in time, you've missed the business. So viewing the financing as a means to an end rather than the end itself changes the kind of conversation that as a banker and as a financier you're able to have with your client. The last part I'd say is, the role that we play from an advisory perspective. Right? So when we sit as the bank, we look at all the different suite of products. Are we taking an overdraft to the client? Is it a term loan? Is it asset finance? Is it trade finance? Really, from a client's perspective, I just need the money in my bank. And I need it to be structured in a way that is affordable for me, that I'm able to service it given the understanding of my business. And so that advisory role that we play as a bank to our client becomes quite important. And if not paid attention to, will continue to exacerbate the poor access to finance. And so what this should demonstrate is that access to finance is not just submitting an application for funding and getting the money in your bank, but there's a journey that you walk as a client and as the partnering bank to enable that.
Thank you so very much. If I hear you well, you are saying a key issue here is purpose. When customers walk into your office, they should come with purpose. How do you marry the purpose of the customer and your purpose? 1 minute.
Oh, that's a great question. You marry it by taking the time to understand their needs. And so if the objective is to start a business, that's a very different objective to running a business and growing a business. So marrying that purpose to the other kind of supporting solutions that you put in place would help address that. Is there a need for access to market? Is there a need for mentorship of business development support? Or is it just straight financing? Because that also remains an option.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Nalezani, this question had come up in the earlier discussions. What are the real and perceived risks in your efforts to provide financial solutions to women, small and medium enterprises?
Okay, thank you so much and good afternoon to everyone. So there's a couple of risks, and I think in my view, the risks are not only for women SMEs, it's for SMEs in general. The first thing, I think Kanya touched on it, do you have an access to markets? It's very difficult for the bank to finance you if we don't understand what your business does, where your market is, what you are selling, who's going to buy your product. So we typically find that businesses think that the first thing that they need is access to finance, but it's often typically the last. What does my market look like? How do I build around that market? And how do I create opportunities to get access to additional markets? So that's the first thing. The second thing is business owners and women-owned businesses as well. Typically, when they think of their business, they don't consider their personal account conduct. So as a bank, when we look at you holistically. And by holistically, I mean we look at you in your business capacity as well as in your personal capacity. What that means is you might come to the bank looking for money. However, in your personal capacity, you might be behind on your home loan, you might be behind on your VAF, you might owe Truworths or Woolworths. Those type of things have an impact on you getting access to finance, and it's a real risk and a challenge for many SMEs. The last one I would possibly say, just in the interest of time, is businesses typically don't understand what are the right type of funding solutions for their businesses. And I think Kanya talked about it in terms of, as a bank, how do we show up for our clients so that we are able to let them know, if you come to us for a business like yours, we think you need an overdraft as opposed to a term loan. So you need to be financially literate. You need to understand what are the type of products for your business. And the key thing is you need to have a relationship with your banker. You need to be able to pick up the phone, talk to your banker, take them through exactly what it is that you're trying to do from a business perspective, and they will solution for you aligned to what they know the bank is typically able to support with.
Thank you so very much. And how do you deal with this customer? I know it, I know what I want, but you see the challenge and the customer will not back down.
It's the difficult conversations. It's very difficult when a customer is looking for 100,000 Rand facility and we know they don't have the collateral. We do unsecured funding, but they don't have the balance sheet to support the funding. They are high risk for whatever reason. And you have to explain to that client, we actually cannot give you the funding. Fortunately for me, I am in enterprise and supplier development. And typically that is where we come in from an ESD perspective to say, yes, we understand you need the funding. Yes, we know you need the funding right now. Can we give you, if you meet our minimum requirements, 51% black-owned, operating within South Africa, are we able to support you with a grant, provided everything else stacks up? So it's, as a bank, from a Standard Bank perspective, we work with the client, we solution for the client, aligned to our relationship banking model, which says, how do we understand you and how do we partner with you to at least start, manage, and grow your business?
Thank you so very much. Now I know where to come. And this leads us very well to the next question to Kumaran. How is your bank facilitating access to finance for MSMEs, and what tools have been put in place to facilitate this process? Kumaran.
Our facilitation, firstly, we're dealing with preferably more established SMEs, larger loan sizes, structured funding approach. And so we make sure we increase our awareness so that they have avenues to come with us and find us. We also work with partners, referral partners, other funders and the likes that introduce deals to us. Our process and tools is one of very intimate assessment. So we will have an analyst team that will assess that application, interview them a few times, but ultimately, and this is the laborious part, the entrepreneur is interviewed by the investment committee. It's a double-edged sword because, it's not always efficient. You lose a bit of your objectivity, but you gain some insight and intimacy. So there's a pro and a con there. And then we're able to really have proper understanding. What we've done is also in our analyst team and the credit committee, we have a nice complement of gender balance, and that helps with the lens, because otherwise you also have a bit of a tainted view. We all have a bias, and it's hard to always, so that complementation helps us as well, I feel.
Thank you so very much. Talking about that intimate assessment and going deeper, to what extent do customers, clients, actually come clean on some of the elements that they may not want to bring to the table, but they want the money?
Varying degrees, but not entirely. Because you're sitting there without the process intended to be interrogative. It's naturally when you're being asked questions. Some like the opportunity that they can make their case to the people making the decision, but to the extent the EQ insecurity is a bit of a problem, then they will feel that defensiveness and hold back. So we've got to make sure that someone's not holding back because of the insecurity versus hiding something. But we dig and burrow and see, you have to. And everyone wants to put their best foot forward, so it's a constant game.
Thank you so very much. So you want to speak to Kanya again on clearly identifying purpose, so that the person coming in knows exactly what they want, and
yes, and
the interaction becomes sweeter.
Yes, and for us, character is an important thing. So, you got collateral, you got the counterparties, all that part. And in character, to be assessed, it's a psychological type of assessment. When the loan goes into default, the good can become the bad and the ugly, right? So you have to assess that character part and the moral consciousness around repaying a loan, firstly.
Thank you so very much. Let's go to Palesa, and the sweet one. Let's get out of the ugly. What are the specific products, product offerings, value propositions that you have developed for MSMEs. People here want to hear more so that tomorrow we are coming with our proposals ready. How do we get them ready? For what? Thank you.
All right, thanks, Paul. Good afternoon, everybody. So from an F&B perspective, we've actually got a dedicated SME team that looks after SMEs, and within that, we've also got a dedicated focus for women in business. So, so those are two different but same things. So we understand that females run their businesses differently, and we also understand that SMEs grow in different ways. But I'm going to speak generally first before I go into women in business. So from an SME perspective, we even wrote a white paper to just highlight this. And it's very important for a business owner to understand the stage of their business. I mean, Kanya and Lelazani mentioned it earlier, because once you're starting a business, the type of financing you're able to get at that point in time is very different from when you are exiting and wanting to possibly sell your business, you know. So it's quite important to understand that. And usually people just want money to be able to just start something, and depending on where you're asking for that funding, you know, you can get grant funding from an ESD perspective, but you need to be 51% black owned. But we also forget that there's government that gives a lot of grants, and to be able to leverage that. So I think we need to be able to have more partnerships between ourselves and government with regards to creating awareness with regards to that, and then to be able to say to people, this is how you can be bank funding ready. We do a lot of business development support as well for both our SMEs and our women in business, and in terms of percentages, it's usually about 29% of our cohorts in those business development support programs are actually females. So we've got to focus in terms of, like, we've got these SMEs, they've got really great energy, they want to get not only financing, but they want to grow. How can we assist? And there are lots of things that we do with able to do that. And even just also trying to create access to markets. We've got a marketplace on our app called NAV, and we actually are able to, so if you want to specifically, if it's in you to be like, I only want to support women-owned businesses, we've actually got even a badge on NAV to say, this is a woman-owned business, so that's how you can support. And NAV is basically a marketplace where basically willing buyers, willing sellers for any type of services, you can check there, and it's our way to be able to give access to fund to markets to our SMEs.
Thank you so very much. What is your hottest product for women MSMEs?
Our term loans are our hottest product, and I think that's also because we've worked a lot with DFIs in terms of the collaboration, to be able to create bespoke female loans. We had one facility 2012, about 12 years ago, where with another DFI, and we were able to give a pricing benefit to our female clients. So that was about 50 basis points at the time. And we've got another one that's now coming up where it won't be a pricing benefit, but we are going to be able to lend to riskier clients. So that's the type of collaboration in terms of what can we do more for our SMEs, and in which stage that they will be needing that type of funding.
Excellent. Thank you so very much. Now, coming to Frank, you head the African Guarantee Fund business development.
That's correct.
How does the African Guarantee, the AFAWA Guarantee for Growth initiative de-risk banks? This is the big animal in the market. How do you help to de-risk banks? And related to that, what is AGF's experience in facilitating access to financing women, small and medium enterprises through this guarantee fund? And how can financial institutions sign on? We have many participants here asking and wanting to sign on. What do they need to do?
Thank you. And first and foremost, I would like to celebrate my co-panelists who are bankers and financial institutions. And I would like to highlight that without them, African Guarantee Fund cannot do anything. So maybe you can give them a round of applause. Okay. So this said, African Guarantee Fund is like the middleman between the public sector and the private sector. How? Because we mobilize our resources from the public sectors, donors, all these DFIs, and we leverage on these resources to issue guarantee. So to share risk with banks and financial institutions so that they can all lend easily to SMEs. We talk about many topics today, but I would like to emphasize on one of the key challenges that make the funding or the on-lending to women SME very difficult. It is, I would call it, they have all the other challenges that all the SMEs have, but the risk perception, according to me, is one of the highest risks that they are facing. As my CEO said this morning, when you are dealing with Africa, it's already perceived as risky. SME is Africa. Riskier now, women, SME women in Africa, it's another topic. So what we are doing with the AFAWA Guarantee for Growth, it is first to raise awareness on the gender equity topic, which is not a social work, but which is a need, an imperative, because as someone was highlighted this morning, it's not charity. Women are bringing value. When you all lend to them, they pay and they pay interest. And the studies have demonstrated that they are even better payer than men. And we saw this morning that when you raise a woman, you raise a nation. So what we are doing with the guarantee is just to reduce this risk perception that the banks have, the financial institutions have, by sharing up to 75% of any dollar they are all lending to women. That is the access of finance part. Secondly, we saw this morning that it's not only, the challenge is not only access to finance when it's come to women financing, it's also, how do we call it, technical assistance, non-financial support that we provide through our technical assistance to banks as well as to SMEs. So why do we provide technical assistance to bank? It's just because we have identified the challenges that they also face to address the SME needs, and more specifically, the women SME needs. For example, the information gap. When, the banks, they want financials. The women, they don't have these financials. What do we do? Okay? The collateral gap. I know that in many countries in Africa, even 20 years ago, women, they didn't have right to own a land. So how will they provide this collateral? So by offsetting 75% of the risk from the bank, I think this gives more comfort to the bank to all lend to women. Information gap, we are, through the AFAWA Guarantee for Growth program, we are capacitated women, okay, working on their readiness to front a bank. And I hear a keyword this morning from, I don't know who talked about it, but it was more at women's side, the confidence to work in a bank, okay, the change, you know, mindset change. And this mindset change is at both sides, banks, financial institution side, as well as women's side, because bankers they lack confidence to fund women, and women also lack confidence to work in a bank to say, look, I'm ready, give me the money. And so what we are doing is to make sure that both stakeholders are communicating the right way. And we are on a journey of change. We want to bring a change in the sector, and my best wish is that in the next 10 years, maybe we don't need AFAWA, because the bankers will have understood.
Before we close AFAWA, how do banks sign on to AFAWA? How do they sign on?
Very simple. Very simple. They have just to send a letter of request to us, and we pick the process from them. We'll go walk them through a due diligence and provide them a line of guarantee.
Great. Yeah. Thank you so much. Let me stop you there, and let's open up to the audience. 3-4 questions, and then we'll get back to the panel, and we'll try. Yep. I see a question in the middle here. Yeah.
Thank you. Very informative discussion. Frank, I really, I say class-mission class, we do an opposite way. Because when I hear you say the perception is that women are high risk, and the data actually shows otherwise. My question is, what are you doing about it?
Let's take a couple more. Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Rachel. I'm from Zambia National Commercial Bank. And I'm very happy to be here today. And from what you've just come from saying, Mr. Frank, I can't pronounce your other name, my apologies.
It's okay.
We, as Zambia National Commercial Bank, have benefited from the AFAWA technical assistance, so thank you very much. We have a proposition for women, and it was enhanced further by your technical assistance because we needed staff to also understand why we are doing this. Unconscious bias training was one of the key things. And I think my dear lady from the Gracia Machel Foundation, yes, the trust, had mentioned that we have, as Zambia, provided for movable collateral as an option for access to finance. And one of the biggest issues is access to information. So we'll provide access to finance, and my colleagues from the banks have also mentioned. But women don't understand what it is we need before they can come through to get that access. What is making them credit ready? And what is stopping them from getting that credit? So my question to the banks is, how are you bridging that gap in access to information? Because that is why most of these women will come to the bank and say, I'm not getting access to finance, but they don't understand that they're not yet ready. So how are we giving them that information? Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. There's another question behind you. Yeah. Yeah. And then the last one will be at the back. Go ahead in red.
I can't hear you.
Go ahead.
Let's go.
Scream.
Do you want to come to the front so that they can hear you? Sorry. Are you taking it?
What we exist because they're not getting that support from the bankers themselves, because they also incentivize differently internally, not to really support SMEs.
Sorry, I'm not understanding your question. So who's not incentivized?
So the microphone is not working.
Yeah, we can't hear. Who is incentivized, the bankers or the SME?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Now we can hear you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
So my question is, how do you currently incentivize your bankers as a bank, as a FNB, a Standard Bank, and ABSA, to actually also support the SME programs that you guys are putting through, because the programs are excellent. But the bankers themselves have an incentive. They've got a bonus at the end of the year. And how does that, adjustment happens in order to support the SMEs? Because that's the work that we do, and we think that there's some work that needs to be there in that area.
Thank you very much. There's one question here and then one question at the back. The person at the back raised her hand first.
Paul, I'm forgetting questions now.
Hello, my name is Janet Opolot. I'm from the Gates Foundation. I've got a question that applies to all of you at the front. So you talked about the guarantees and the protection it brings to the banks in terms of losses. My question is, what are the banks doing to leverage the guarantees to build proof points using the data they get out of those loans to actually build sustainable models that don't require guarantees anymore? Because guarantees are not sustainable over a period of time. So you need to find a way to make sure you build sustainable models for you to underwrite these guys without necessarily seeing them as always risky.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Lady at the back.
My name is Ndombekaya Jaiya from East London. My question is from the panelists. I've been a contractor for 20 years. I've dealt with all the banks, and I'm a grade 7, by the way. And I'm also in the space of accommodation. I work with Booking.com and all the other platforms. But my question is from the construction side. Remember, I've got 2 hats. What plans do you have for construction mafia? We've been hard hit in the Eastern Cape by this construction mafia. And I've heard you talking about all the red tapes and stuff, but you haven't touched anything about dealing with construction mafia that is worse in the Eastern Cape. Thank you.
Can we start answering questions, Paul?
Yeah, thanks so very much. Yeah, let's take on the questions.
Okay, I'm going to attempt to answer 2. So the first one was about making sure that SMEs have access to information, right? So from an F&B perspective, we've got a lot of things on our app and on our website. So we've got a platform called Fundaba, which is literally a library of information about how to run your business. We are working on very bespoke education programs for financial literacy. If you would have seen some of our social media pages, we are actually currently now going into townships to do the face-to-face financial literacy courses over weekends. So I think the last time they were in Soshanguve. So we are doing our best to try give that information. And I feel, and what we've been telling bankers is that when somebody comes into the branch and they've applied for finance and they get declined, it's a teachable moment. You teach them to say, this is why you were declined, because not everybody understands, the fact that you owe true words is the reason that we're not going to be able to give you finance. So that's how we are doing it. I mean, it's all about those times when somebody comes in and we have teachable moments. I think there were quite a few questions.
Yeah. I'm happy to add to that question. So, the access to information one is an interesting one, because on one end of the spectrum, there's an inundation of information. It was mentioned earlier that, business owners are overtrained. And part of that is how the information actually comes. 100%. So, we took this quite deliberately from an ABSA perspective. There are 3 things, and it's linked to the start, run, grow spectrum of where you are in your business journey. For business owners that are starting out, we launched a funding readiness webinar series. And the objective of this was to cover 2 things. The first one is actually explaining what some of our products are, how they work, what the requirements are, and when best suited to apply for that particular product. The product managers also shared some kind of lessons learned on the reasons they see most often for decline, and what are some of the things practically that a business owner can do in getting ready. Over and above that, the Funding Readiness webinar series also covers different elements of what it takes to get funding ready. I mentioned earlier that setting a vision is quite important. Understanding your product, market, and who your clients are is important. Understanding how it is that you'll be applying that funding once received is also important. And so the means to an end journey is articulated in that series. We then, and this is obviously online, and we know that given the hybrid world that we live in, there's still a need to actually engage face-to-face with someone. You know, sitting and understanding what your financial statements are saying, and the cash in and the cash out. What does a working capital cycle actually mean? And so that's where the role of the bankers, but particularly we launched this year the ABSA SME Business School. And this was targeting women in business specifically who are running and growing their businesses. And here the objective is looking at particularly those that are at a point of scaling. Again, are you open to an equity partner? Do you want to own 100% of 20 million, or do you want to own 50% of 100 million? And what are some of the considerations that as a business owner you need to make in getting to that decision point? And so this access to information is being disseminated in that way. There was a question also asked around the guarantees and how some of our credit models are being updated. That's quite important. So with the AFAWA Guarantee that ABSA has taken on, that's exactly the objective. Right? The objective is to say, for as long as there's a perceived risk, it will be a real risk from an application point of view. So if the credit team, if the bankers perceive a particular risk, the reality is in that assessment that it will then manifest as a real risk. And so part of the guarantee that we are applying from AFAWA and the AGF is to review our credit models. So who is a client that we previously would not have financed without the guarantee? By virtue of having the guarantee, we're able to then finance and learn those lessons from a pricing perspective, from an approval point of view, and from a requirement of collateral perspective as well. So that certainly is the objective, and we're hoping to be able to do that over a very quick period of time, given that it's applicable across different industries and sectors, which obviously have their nuances, but also women in business across different stages.
Thank you, sir.
Quickly.
Kumaran, I see him itching to speak.
I'm not itching. I can't even remember all the
Could you also respond to the question on incentives?
They keep their job.
Can I answer?
We only fund SMEs, so we don't have that distinction. We're solely focused on that, so maybe that question is not entirely appropriate for or fit for us, because that's all we do is funding.
I'll touch
Go
on
ahead.
it.
I'll let him finish, and then there's two or three questions I can speedily answer.
Okay. I do want to touch on the access to markets piece, not access to information piece as well, and maybe the incentives piece as well. So from a Standard Bank perspective, we do have BizConnect, which is our digital resource hub. It's on the Standard Bank website. It's got access to information in terms of how to start, manage, and grow your business. It's a very good site. We get about 13,000 unique visitors per month on that site, and it's constantly being refreshed with the right type of information for businesses. We also have our Basadi Development Program, which is 100% woman-owned. We've been running the program for 3 years now. We've taken almost 600 women through that program. It's a 1-year program. We've disbursed about 5 million rand worth of funding on that program, very tailored for women, touches on the critical things that we know women-owned SMEs have challenges with. We also have our Standard Bank Top Women Conference. We have the Empower Her seminars, which focuses on your small to medium enterprises, regional seminars that happen in 3 provinces. We have our big conference that's happening now in November for 2 days, and we have our Top Women Awards. All of those initiatives focus particularly on women-owned businesses. I won't touch on what we do for suppliers that are women-owned. From an incentive perspective, as a bank, we are very integrated with our business bankers. So we don't operate in isolation to what we call them our frontline teams, our coverage teams. The teams are fully equipped to understand what offerings are there for businesses, how do we service for these businesses, and if there's a challenge, they're able to call on the right teams from a head office perspective to support them. So for us, the incentivization piece is not something that we typically really have challenges with.
1 minute, then I come to yeah.
For me, okay. I just wanted to add on the guarantee perspective. So FNB was the only bank that actually took up the bounce bank guarantee that was backed by government during COVID. And the learnings we got from that is that even though there could be SMEs with higher risk, because just as a reminder that we were able to lend to riskier SMEs, and the pricing was then kept at prime plus 3, and government guaranteed that risk. And we learned that just from that exercise that higher, perceived to be higher risk SMEs don't default more than normal rated SMEs. And that's all based on the analysis in terms of whether or not that person can pay you back. So that data in terms of is always feeding into models and making sure that we are pricing risk correctly all the time. So this is what we would like, is that we wouldn't necessarily need AFAWAs or any other DFIs in the future, but we need that data now, because the way our regulation works is that you need to be also be able to present data to the regulator to say, we are able to do A, B, and C because we've got a history of this that has happened over the last couple of years, and that's why, because we take depositors' money. We're not taking investors' money to lend on. We are taking depositors' money, and we need to be accountable for it. Yeah.
Can I go now?
Go ahead.
There's a lot of questions, but I remember the 3 Gs, the ladies, one from the, I think the Grosser Massa Trust, Gates, and the 3rd G was the gangster one. So I think your question was mainly aimed at Frank,
Yeah,
but I
want Frank to come last. Go ahead.
I can comment on it.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
I think events such as this and talking and promoting and bringing AGF's partners does help vocalize and advocate, because you asked him what is being done with it, about that. Our own experience as a lender, SME lender, is that even if a woman is not a majority ownership in the business, but instrumentally involved, we find there's a massive, it's a big generalization, but our experience has shown that there's a better conscientiousness when they go into default, when the business goes into default. So sometimes it can be a husband and wife team, sometimes it can be someone on the board or someone in executive management, that there's a better trust to do the right thing. And that often saves us from a disastrous default versus the loan recovery. When they're in trouble, we're talking about when the loan gets into trouble. So that's a brief comment I can give. It doesn't absolve him from answering. And the Gates really about this, the guarantees should not be a crutch forever and ever. How do you sustain beyond that? That's an important one. Our concern as a lender is the moral hazard, unintended negative consequence that comes with a guarantee. We are mindful in our model in business, because we are partnered with the African Guarantee Fund, not to really vocalize that, because it's almost a license to, well, don't come after me, I'm scot-free. My accountability is less, and those kinds of things can go on. It's very, very dangerous. So there's a fine balance there. African Guarantee Fund, with that, all the products, there's a cap and a limit for a loan size, and so as we found, as businesses have grown with us and our loan sizes have increased with them, we're not entirely always covered by the guarantee. But definitely, in the initial stages, allow the SME to build a track record, demonstrate their character, get some comfort. And so when it came to loan number 3 or 4, with larger size for something else, a few years later, we had the confidence to go, call it naked, without too much of the guarantee. And so that does help give a leg up. The difficult one, the gangster question at the back, I suppose no one wants to answer that. But I'll take a stab on behalf of everyone.
Thank you.
Be courageous.
I think, first of all, if I recall the question, it was what is being done by the funders for that problem. If I recall the question, I don't think it's anything that funders can, Frank take off his jacket and roll up his sleeves and go and fight there. We are sympathetic to it. It is a problem. We are funding businesses in the construction sector. with great difficulty. It is a very difficult sector to fund in South Africa. If construction businesses are largely contracts with public sector, it's even worse because payment issues, delays, and all of that, before we even get to the mafia problem. But these days, whenever we get an applicant from the construction sector, we confront the issue by asking them. And we ask them, rather than just blacklist the sector and say, right, construction is out because of the mafia issue, we confront it by asking the entrepreneur. Now you get a variety of answers. The one answer is like, I'm migrating out of the sector because I can't deal with the hassle of it. That's also a right answer. Sometimes there's a disempowered answer, and you don't blame that person for having that view. The third one, which is the better one, they find a way to work within that in the responsible way. So you would have seen some newspaper articles, this is the wrong one, well, I just paid them the 30% and I gave in to the problem. The margins can't warrant that. That project is going to fail. The right answer is that they will employ people from the local area, community, co-opt them, so they have the voice of the community countering and working against the mafia if need be, and they're savvy enough to have the security and use the community and employ local people. Now that may not be a bulletproof thing, but that makes us comfortable, and in those instances we've been mad enough to fund those construction businesses because of that answer and how the entrepreneurs.
Thank you so very much.
All right.
Frank,
yes, maybe
the questions of perception.
Yeah, quick comments on why, despite the fact that the data since almost 30 years now with Grameen Bank show that women pay better than men, why the financial institutions are still afraid to online to women. I think there are many reasons. One of the main reasons is that the bank's money doesn't belong to them. You see? So imagine that you put your saving in a bank, you come after, the bank tell you, you know, I finance with your money a very nice woman and she cannot pay. Will you be happy? And I cannot give back your money. You will not be happy. So what I want to say is that despite the fact that they are aware that women can pay better, they are still not yet very comfortable to online to them because there are regulations, also constraints, okay? And they are also, in terms of risk management, they are also in the process, you know, you read something in a book, but you want, as he was saying, you want to online 1 time, 2 times, 3 times to feel comfortable, to feel convinced that, yes, what they said in the report is your reality. And on the second question, why guarantee is still important? Guarantee is still important because it's helped banks want to share risk, but it's helped SMEs to graduate. You know, you have many women who can access finance from microfinance institutions at, 30% interest rates. But with the guarantee, maybe they will graduate from microfinance, with guarantee and technical assistance, they'll graduate for 30% to 20% to 10%, or from microfinance institution to banks. So it's also important to notice that the importance of the guarantee is not only to share the risk with the banks, it's also supporting the bank for capital relief issues. So that is another topic specific to the banks. So the bankers will understand why I'm talking about capital relief. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. I believe we have had a very great conversation. Information has been shared, and the information came out as one of the issues. Purpose is one of the key areas to look at, and then linking the purpose of the customer, the client, and the purpose of the financial institutions, addressing risk, addressing issues of information flow, very, very important, and empowering. I think we've really had a good conversation on bridging the financing gap for women, small and medium enterprises. Thank you so very much. We are a bit short on time. We're lucky to have had a very balanced panel, and I really appreciate all the balance in the discussion. You'll have 30 seconds to conclude, summarize on what it will take to bring these small, medium enterprises to big. What can the financial institutions do, working with the clients to support growth, mindset change, so that tomorrow's enterprises are bigger than what we are looking at today? Let me start across from Kamaran, and we come this way. Kamaran.
All right. I think the model that a funder uses can help structurally. So those that take a transactional approach doesn't allow room for ongoing, nurturing, phasing kind of mode versus a lifetime value approach. All the banks have a lifetime value approach because they want a client to be funding across and perpetually with them. Whereas some of the NBFIs, they have a mixed view. Talking against some of my brethren there, but I'm saying that a lifetime view will help, first of all, because you want to see an ongoing relationship and growth.
Thank you so very much. Palesa?
I think it's quite important to understand your business. So when you come to a bank and you say, I want money, come explain what your business does. It's very easy for a bank to see somebody who is speaking off the cuff or somebody who's actually fully aware of what's happening in their business. And we are more likely then to lean into that conversation to be like, okay, this is how we can help you to create your business and grow. So know your business, have the compliance in place, because we're not going to lend to you if you don't have the right documentation or the right things to make us, we have to be responsible lenders. And then going forward, ask questions. I think great entrepreneurs are always teachable. So I think that is the one thing that no entrepreneur should leave behind. Stay curious, ask questions, and be teachable.
Thank you so very much. Frank?
For me, I think it's a call of action. Call for actions. Basically, we have everything to bridge all the gaps that we saw at financial institution level and SME level. I think it's a commitment for bankers, financial institutions, AGF, and SMEs to leverage, to tap into partnership, the tools available to make it happen. Because if we don't make it happen, you all are aware that one person out of 4 or 5 will be African here by 2050. So we need to create jobs. And without SMEs accessing to financing, we could not create this job. So please, I would like to receive all the bankers' letter of request before leaving South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Kanya?
So we're all members of BASA here on the stage right now. I'd say to be bolder about partnerships. There are spaces that are non-competitive, such as enterprise and supply development. What might it look like for the banks to share information, to leverage experience based on businesses that have gone through, various programs? What you don't want is a business owner that hops from ESD to ESD. Because a client that's been through an FNB or a Standard Bank ESD program surely should qualify to become a supplier at ABSA, for instance. And so that's what I would say at an industry level, for us to be bolder about partnerships and to leverage, initiatives such as AFAWA and so on, and share the lessons learned so that we can create access. We know now in South Africa that there are over 3 million SMEs, formal and informal. The pie is large. How do we create that access in a sustainable way without partnerships, with great difficulty. And so that would be my plea.
Thank you so very much. Narizani.
I think for me, the first thing is the banks have a wealth of knowledge, right? As much as we're a bank, we don't just talk about financial things. We also understand what is it that you need outside of financial support. So as an SME, please speak to your banker. Walk the journey with them. They are there to support. That's the first thing. And then from an industry perspective, I think collaborations are key. Partnerships are key. And also partnerships and collaborations with corporates, bigger companies who are trying to work with SMEs within their supply chains, who are trying to grow SMEs within their supply chains. I think there's a lot of opportunity there to create opportunities for growth.
Thank you so very much. When I was a young man, my grandmother used to tell us that sitting with bankers to discuss bridging business financing for women is a very good business. And to bridge that gap between the audience and these bankers has been Paul Mpuga. I'm Chief Country Economist for the African Development Bank at the Southern Regional Office based here in South Africa. Thank you so very much. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
Oh, wow.
Thank you. Oh,
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Oh, yes. Can I just give you my phone?
Okay.
Should be able to work now.
Yeah.
Are you on?
Let's balance the board.
Don't I need to put on the phone?
No, should you
Balance
go
it?
picture? Oh, the one just to take a picture quickly.
It seems balanced to me. Seems pretty balanced.
Just make sure it feels right. Our phones are touching.
Okay.
One what? Oh, like this.
It's gone. Thank you. Thank you so much for this.
Yeah, so it's supposed to.
So please.
Okay, I don't know why it's not working. That's strange. It's supposed to share my number with you. So it's usually.
Okay, we're not going back to.
Are you on airdrop?
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was going.
thank you very much.
Let me just take your number quickly and then I can call you. 777 117.
Okay, so.
Okay. I'll call you now. Let me just add the number.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I go to Holland to it?
I must WhatsApp you my contract.
Oh.
All right. Thank you so much to our panelists for a engaging, lively discussion that brings us to almost the end of the first day. I'd like to thank all our speakers, our panelists and attendees, as well as our partners for their participation and insight that they've so generously shared with us today. We've covered a lot of ground. We heard about the macroeconomic context, to hearing from directly women entrepreneurs and financial experts. Now, the discussions we've had today underscore the importance of initiatives like AFAWA in bridging the gender financing gap and empowering women-led SMEs. As we move forward, we hope that everyone keeps these insights in mind and continues to work towards a more inclusive and supportive financial ecosystem. Now that the serious part is over, it's time for a nice lunch and networking at the San restaurant. You may ask the hostesses just outside where that is. The conference and training will continue tomorrow, but this is where I leave it. It's been such a pleasure and a privilege to be your program director. Thank you very much and good afternoon. Thank you.